So this series will be based on the book by Peter Cozens titled Shenandoah 1862, Stonewall Jackson's Valley Campaign, which I really enjoyed. Everything in the series will be from this book. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show. The year is 1861. After the Confederate victory at First Manassas in July, the Confederate Army encamps at Centerville, Virginia. Some Confederates believe that no more fighting is necessary, and that France and Britain will recognize the Confederate States and pressure the United States to recognize their independence. There was one man, however, who disagreed with this notion. Thomas Stonewall Jackson believed that the only way to victory was to take the war into the northern states. In a letter to his wife, Anna, he wrote, quote, "We must give the enemy no time to think. We must bewilder them and keep them bewildered. Our fighting must be sharp, impetuous, continuous. We cannot stand a long war." End quote. Joseph Johnston's army was short of the arms and men that General Johnston felt were necessary for any offensive campaign. As such, Johnston did not intend to advance beyond Fairfax Courthouse. On September 30th, President Jefferson Davis visited the army at Centerville and met with Generals Johnston, P.G.T. Beauregard, and Gustavus Smith. The generals asked Davis to strip other sectors of the Confederacy of men and to send them here to northern Virginia. The generals wanted between 50 and 60,000 additional men. Davis declined. The entire Confederacy was demanding more troops. Unaware of Davis's decision, Jackson met a few days later with General Smith and told him of his plan to cross the upper Potomac once David had sent reinforcements, capture Baltimore, destroy the factories of Philadelphia, ravage Pennsylvania, living off the land, and take and hold the shore of Lake Erie. Smith informed Jackson that Davis had declined any reinforcements and wanted to wait for European recognition or the Union offensive the following spring. On October 13th, meanwhile, Winfield Scott, the commanding general of the U.S. Army, assigned General Frederick W. Lander to command the newly created Department of Harper's Ferry and Cumberland. This department included a span of the vital B&O Railroad, of which 30 miles went through hostile territory. General William Rosecrans had swept Confederate forces out of western Virginia. These Confederates had regrouped under General Robert E. Lee in the Great Kanawha Valley. Union General Benjamin Kelly commanded an Ohio Brigade and loyal Virginia regiments at Grafton. Kelly was close to Romney, Virginia, which was connected via the Northwest Turnpike to Winchester. Romney itself commanded the South Branch Valley, which was a rich farm and pasture land. Romney was also within a day's march of the B&O Railroad. Lander asked Scott to order Kelly to seize Romney and take command of the department until Lander arrived. Scott agreed and did so. On October 21st, Confederate troops soundly defeated the Union at the Battle of Ball's Bluff. Lander was in Washington at the time and received a communique from General George McClellan the following day to assume command of troops still trapped on the Virginia side of the Potomac at the Edwards Ferry crossing. Lander complied and reached the field on the 23rd. As he was managing the Union withdrawal, Lander was seriously wounded in the leg and had to return to Washington to recover. Winfield Scott retired from service, and McClellan became commanding general of the U.S. Army. Not wanting to conduct any winter offensive, McClellan terminated the Department of Harper's Ferry and Cumberland. Meanwhile, with little prospects for any offensive campaigning by the Confederacy, Stonewall Jackson took to improving his brigade. He refused to grant any furloughs, a matter which caused strife among some officers. Colonel Kenton Harper came to Jackson in August to ask for emergency leave to tend to his dying wife back home. Jackson responded, quote, "Man, do you love your wife more than your country?" End quote. Harper resigned his commission in disgust. Soon after, Jackson brought his own wife, Anna, to live with him at the army camp. Jackson drilled his brigade constantly until, as one of Jackson's biographers later wrote, quote, "They learned to move as a machine until the limbs obeyed before the order had passed from ear to brain, until obedience became an instinct and cohesion a necessity of their nature." End quote. The same day as Ball's Bluff, the Confederate government created the Valley District of the Department of Northern Virginia and assigned Jackson to lead it. Jackson was very reluctant to leave the army and tried to defer the orders to someone else. Jackson would be unable to bring his brigade with him. Finally, with no other choice, on November 4th, he left for Winchester. The Shenandoah Valley is and was a rich farmland. The valley accounted for 18.6% of all the wheat grown in Virginia in 1860, with over 750,000 bushels harvested. Corn and rye were also major crops, and the valley also contained horses, swine, sheep, and beef and dairy cattle. Staunton was the most prosperous town in the Upper Valley, being at the junction of the Valley Pike and the Virginia Central Railroad. Port Republic was the starting point for northbound river traffic, and Winchester was the main hub of the Lower Valley. Slavery was in decline in the Lower Valley. Few farms had more than 1 or 2 slaves or hired hands. Most religious institutions in the Lower Valley opposed slavery, at least in principle. In the Upper Valley, slavery was mostly seen in distilleries and mills. Altogether, slavery was much less common or brutal as in the Deep South. However, John Brown's raid in 1859 had stirred mistrust between slaves and masters. Secessionism was not overly popular in the Valley in 1860. Many residents were loyal to the Union and wished a political compromise rather than secession. In December of 1860, there were demonstrations in Martinsburg and Winchester opposing secession. The Staunton Spectator wrote around this time that secession, quote, "remedies no wrongs, relieves no evils, redresses no grievances. It has neither of the virtues, wisdom, bravery, nor patriotism, but is foolish, cowardly, and treasonable." However, as time went by, opinions began to shift. By March of 1861, newspapers began to call for secession. Moderates in the Valley interpreted the resupply of Fort Sumter as a declaration of war against the states. Although the Valley delegation sent to the Virginia Convention voted 12-5 against secession, it no longer represented popular opinion. The convention voted 88-55 in favor of secession on April 17. The next day, the federal garrison at Harper's Ferry began setting fire to the U.S. arsenal. Virginia militia stormed the town, extinguished the flames, and expelled the federal troops across the Potomac. On April 22nd, Virginia Governor John Letcher called out the militia to, quote, "repel invasion and protect the citizens of the state in the present emergency," end quote. In the Valley, there was an outpouring of support for revolution against the United States. However, many Valley residents, especially Mennonites, Quakers, and railroad men, refused to support this, and many withdrew across the Potomac to support the Union. In the Valley, volunteers were organized into 5 regiments: the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 27th, and 33rd Virginia Infantry. Together with the Rockbridge Artillery of Lexington, this became the 1st Virginia Brigade, totaling 2,611 officers and men. On April 30th, Robert E. Lee, commanding all Virginia state troops, assigned Colonel Jackson to command Harper's Ferry. Jackson immediately instituted a strenuous regimen of drill, target practice, and guard duty. The 1st Virginia Brigade would later become known after the Battle of First Manassas as the Stonewall Brigade. Now, in early November, Jackson arrived without his brigade to Winchester and set up his headquarters at the Taylor Hotel. On paper, he commanded 1,461 infantry and 225 cavalry in 3 fragmentary brigades. These were state militia under the command of Brigadier Generals J.H. Carson, G.S. Meem, and James Boggs. Also in the valley, reporting directly to Richmond, were 485 volunteer cavalry under Colonel Angus MacDonald. Jackson's new command was low in morale and either poorly armed or totally unarmed. On November 5th, Jackson urged the War Department to order all troops west of the Allegheny Mountains to report to Winchester, as well as any other units that could be spared. These entreaties caught the attention of Lieutenant Colonel Turner Ashby, a cavalry officer serving in the 7th Virginia Cavalry under MacDonald. Ashby was a natural leader and led by example, rather than through strict discipline as Jackson demanded. Ashby recognized that his troopers were too ill-equipped to respond well to constant drilling. Ashby was extremely bitter about the death of his brother Richard at the hands of Union troops and resolved to dedicate himself totally to the Confederate cause. In response to Jackson's pleadings, Governor Letcher called up the remaining militiamen of the 3 Valley Brigades and also ordered 1,550 percussion muskets to be sent to Winchester along with 4 6-pound cannons. Jackson used the cannons to form a battery under Captain Joseph Carpenter. Ashby also formed a battery of horse artillery under Captain Robert Preston Chew with 3 guns. On November 11th, the Stonewall Brigade arrived in Winchester and encamped at Kernstown. However, discipline had broken down, and the brigade was plagued by drunkenness and absence without leave by many men who fell out to see their families. Jackson was furious at this gross lapse in discipline and rebuked his regimental commanders. Acting commander of the brigade, Lieutenant Colonel James Preston of the 4th Virginia, had been responsible, and Jackson asked Richmond to send a replacement commander. The War Department sent Richard B. Garnett to take over the Stonewall Brigade, and also ordered 6,000 men from Brigadier General William W. Loring's Army of the Northwest, operating in the Alleghenies, to join Jackson via Staunton. Now Jackson had 10,000 to 11,000 men. However, he believed that 40,000 Federal troops were threatening him. General Nathaniel Banks had assumed control of the Department of the Shenandoah in July after the Battle of First Manassas. In August, the department had been folded into the Department of the Potomac, and Banks's command became a division of the Army of the Potomac under McClellan. Banks withdrew from his headquarters at Harper's Ferry to Frederick, Maryland. He was seen as hesitant, but was overall well liked by his men. He employed popular writer and illustrator David Hunter Strother as a source of intel on Confederate forces in the valley. On November 18th, Strother correctly informed Banks that Jackson only had 4,000 men at Winchester, and that a move on the town would force Jackson to retreat. However, McClellan refused to authorize any offensive, believing that Johnston's army at Centerville was being reinforced in preparation for an assault on Washington. McClellan ordered Banks to send 1 brigade to join Kelly in Romney. This move made any offensive that Banks might make on his own initiative impossible. Earlier the previous month, on October 22nd, Kelly had taken Romney with 3 infantry regiments and a light cavalry screen. Opposing them were Confederate militia and 6 companies of Colonel MacDonald's Virginia cavalry, plus an artillery battery. As soon as Kelly's force came into view, the Confederate militia and cavalry fled, leaving the wagon train and artillery guns behind. General Rosecrans, commanding west of the Alleghenies, reinforced Kelly and expressed a desire to attack Winchester and secure the South Branch Valley. The Union Army now had 5,000 troops at Romney under Kelly, 22,000 troops spread across the B&O Railroad, and 16,000 men under Banks at Frederick, with smaller detachments strewn between Harper's Ferry and Williamsport. Through November and into December, Union estimates of Jackson's strength did not exceed 7,000. Lander, still recovering in Washington, believed that the troops in Western Virginia could defeat Jackson. He urged that Rosecrans or Banks be ordered to advance. On December 27th, Lander was ordered to assume command at Romney. Back in the valley during late November, Jackson had written to Secretary of War Judah Benjamin of his intentions to retake Romney. It had been Benjamin who had promised Loring's troops to Jackson earlier that month. But, in reality, the final decision rested with Adjutant General of the Army, Samuel Cooper. Joseph Johnston had been under the impression that at least some part of Loring's command was going to be assigned to him, and Secretary Benjamin had also promised Loring that he would have the final say on where his troops were to go. Loring agreed to a winter campaign to help Jackson. On November 29th, Brigadier General William Tolliver's brigade set out from McDowell, Virginia, toward Staunton. This brigade consisted of the 3rd Arkansas, 23rd and 37th Virginia, and 1st Georgia Infantry regiments. On December 1st, the brigade arrived in Staunton. Suddenly, Tolliver received word that the War Department was ordering his force to Manassas. Tolliver paused his movement and asked Loring to clarify these conflicting orders. 3 days later, on December 4th, new orders came instructing Loring's force to travel north to Mount Jackson, board trains to Strasburg, and march on foot from there to Winchester. On December 8th, the first elements of Tolliver's brigade began arriving in Winchester. While Loring's force advanced toward the town, Jackson decided to launch an attack on Dam No. 5 of the C&O Canal. He sent 400 infantry, 200 cavalry, and 2 sections of the Rockbridge artillery to smash the dam. On December 7th, Jackson's force, under Artillery Commander Captain William McLaughlin, arrived on Potomac Heights overlooking the dam. Captain McLaughlin began firing solid shot at the dam with his 4 cannons, while the infantry peppered the far bank with rifle fire. 2 companies of Union infantry stationed on the far bank guarding the dam could not effectively reply because they were equipped with smoothbore muskets. However, the cannon fire was totally useless against the dam. The next day, McLaughlin ordered the cannons down to the riverbank to fire point blank at the dam. However, overnight, the Union had brought reinforcement from Williamsport armed with rifles. As McLaughlin prepared to fire his cannons, the Union reinforcements, under cover of woods on the north bank, opened fire, wounding 2 Confederates and driving off the rest for the remainder of the day. The following day, December 9th, McLaughlin's force retrieved the cannons back to higher ground, and Confederate troops began digging a ditch around the southern abutment of the dam, trying to wash it away. They were under cover from Union sharpshooters. When water began running into the ditch, the Confederates withdrew, certain of victory. However, the ditch did not wash out the dam, and the Union reported no damage. Jackson learned of this failure and decided to lead a second attempt personally. On December 16th, Jackson led the Stonewall Brigade with Ashby's cavalry and J.H. Carson's militia to the dam. He managed to fool the Union into thinking that he was moving on Romney. With the dam destroyed, Jackson reasoned, the city of Washington would be totally deprived of coal from Cumberland. On December 18th, the lead elements of Jackson's force arrived on Potomac Heights and began manually breaking up the dam a little after midnight. In the morning, the Federals realized what was happening and began firing blindly to the other side. Jackson wheeled 2 of the Rockbridge artillery guns to the heights and ordered them to fire on a brick house on the far side where the sharpshooters were based. This succeeded in running off the sharpshooters, but attracted the counterfire of a section of Battery E, 1st Pennsylvania Artillery. The Union fire temporarily scared off the Confederate gunners. Lieutenant William T. Pogue of the 1st Rockbridge Artillery brought the rest of his guns to the heights, while the gunners of the first 2 cannons tried to extricate their limbers from a sinkhole that they had run into. Jackson ordered the work on demolishing the dam to cease and the workers back up the heights. When nightfall came, Jackson ordered the work details back down to continue their demolition. However, the Union troops were ready. Banks had realized that Romney was not the intended target and had ordered reinforcement to Williamsport. Now, Union forces began firing on all Confederates who appeared on the riverbank. A heavy firefight began in the dark. The Pennsylvania artillery fired on an abandoned mill on the Virginia shore and destroyed it, setting it on fire. By firelight, the Union sharpshooters marked their targets all throughout the night. Jackson ordered McLaughlin's guns to fire, but with little effect. Troops on both sides could not hit much on opposite banks. This continued for another day, until finally, on December 20th, Confederate workers managed to breach a wooden abutment early in the morning. The Confederates watched as water began to slosh past the dam. Jackson decided to withdraw, satisfied that he had crippled the dam. On the way back to Winchester, an amusing incident happened. This is a quote from Peter Cozen's book. During the return march, Jackson's staff got a good laugh at the general's expense. After riding some distance from the river, Jackson spotted a persimmon tree, a fruit of which he was particularly fond. Jackson had no problem climbing up the tree or finding a good seat among the branches where he ate in contented silence. But coming down proved a problem. Said Henry Kidd Douglas, quote, "Attempting to swing himself from a limb to the main fork of the tree, Jackson got so completely entangled that he could move neither up nor down and was compelled to call for help." End quote. Amid general laughter, his staff fashioned a skid from fence rails, and Jackson slid to earth. On December 21st, Jackson's force returned to Winchester. His wife Anna also arrived the same day. On Christmas Eve, he reported to Richmond that Dam No. 5 was broken, and that Washington was now deprived of any coal shipments from Cumberland. In reality, the damage had been minimal and quickly repaired. Regular traffic resumed on the canal by the 21st. Banks once again requested permission from McClellan to advance across the Potomac to Martinsburg. McClellan refused. Both Union and Confederate armies spent Christmas celebrating in camp. Loring himself had arrived the day before, and his 2nd Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Samuel R. Anderson and comprised of 3 Tennessee regiments, arrived in Winchester on Christmas. The next day, Loring's 3rd Brigade, commanded by Colonel William Gilham and comprised of the 21st, 42nd, and 48th Virginia Infantry Regiments, arrived. Loring's 4th Brigade was left at Monterey with Secretary Benjamin's permission. With these troops, Jackson now had 7,500 volunteers, 2,234 militia, and 664 cavalry. Jackson wrote to Johnston that his goal was to, quote, "attack the enemy in his present position before he receives additional reinforcements, and especially never to permit a junction of their forces at or near Martinsburg." End quote. Johnston agreed, but was under the impression that Jackson was going to advance on Romney. Instead, Jackson decided to attack the small Union garrisons at Bath and Hancock to cut communications between Rosecrans and Banks. On New Year's Day, Jackson's army left Winchester. The weather this day was unseasonably warm. The Stonewall and Loring's brigades led the march onto the Romney Pike 5 miles northwest of Winchester. 3 miles beyond Pewtown, the army diverted onto a side road toward Bath. That evening, a cold front passed over the region, and the army was forced to endure a freezing night. Altogether, the army had advanced about 15 miles this first day. On January 2nd, the march resumed. Many units had not come across the wagons with their food, tents, and bedding. As the cold weather continued, hunger and exposure began to sink morale. The army encamped around Unger's store for the night. Jackson's plan for the attack on Bath was to dispatch militia across the Warm Springs Mountains south of the town and have them push north on the western side. Meanwhile, Loring would attack the town along the main road with the Stonewall Brigade in reserve. The objective was to push the Union force north to the Potomac or west into the militia. However, Jackson was not a general who shared his strategic plans with anyone. None of his sub-commanders had any idea what their roles were or how they were supposed to deploy. The militia were also poorly trained and lacking in discipline. Despite these issues, Jackson began the attack the following day, delaying Loring's advance to give the militia time to cross the mountain and begin moving north. Unfortunately, Loring had no idea why he was being delayed and became furious with Jackson. His men were still cold and without food. Garnett, now commanding the Stonewall Brigade, stopped his men to draw rations as the wagon train came by. When Jackson saw this, he angrily ordered the men to march without eating. Bath itself was garrisoned by 3 companies of the 39th Illinois Infantry Regiment under Major O.L. Mann and 2 cannons from the 4th U.S. Artillery under Lieutenant F.D. Muhlenberg. The remainder of the 39th Illinois was scattered along the Potomac between Alpine and St. John's Run on the B&O Railroad. Only 2 other regiments were close enough to support them, the 13th Massachusetts Infantry between Cumberland and Hancock, and the 84th Pennsylvania in Hancock itself. Meanwhile, Tolliver stopped his men to rest beside fires after marching the wrong way. Once again, Jackson became furious. No Confederate unit advanced more than 10 miles that day. Back in Bath, a runaway slave warned Mann that Jackson was very near. Mann was dubious, but sent out a small patrol with Captain Samuel Linton's Company K. Linton sent a detachment under Lieutenant Austin Towner west of Warm Springs Mountain to scout the western slope, while he and Mann scouted ahead toward the south. Just before 5 p.m., Mann spotted the leading cavalry screen of Jackson's force. The Union fired a volley, and Gillem called up Company F of the 21st Virginia to the front. Linton's company took cover behind fences and defended against the cautious Confederates. Private William Exile of Company F was the first casualty of the campaign. The Federals held on until dark and withdrew to Bath, leaving 8 captured. Now, snow began falling. Jackson sent Colonel Preston to order Gillem to charge into Bath. Loring countermanded the order. He still had no idea what Jackson's plan was. Jackson and Loring exchanged, quote, unpleasant words, end quote, before Jackson relented. Another factor in convincing Jackson to give up the attack that evening may have been a captured Illinois soldier who lied to his interrogators, claiming that Banks was about to cross the Potomac with his army and move on Bath that evening. As this was unfolding, the militia encountered the tiny detachment of 10 Union soldiers on the western side of Warm Springs Mountain, 2 miles outside of town. A small firefight ensued, and the militia withdrew half a mile to the south at 6 p.m. The snowstorm worsened that night. Loring denounced Jackson to his subordinate officers. Just after midnight, the 84th Pennsylvania arrived under Colonel William G. Murray. This regiment, however, was only just out of training camp and had only just been issued their weapons that morning, low-quality, damaged 69 caliber Belgian muskets. The 84th Pennsylvania was met by Colonel Thomas O. Osborne, commander of the 39th Illinois. Together, the Union force at Bath was less than 1,500 men. Only 2 other regiments were close enough to arrive on the 4th. The 13th Indiana Infantry Regiment from Romney and the 110th Pennsylvania Infantry Regiment, also fresh out of training, from Harrisburg. Murray ordered his troops up the eastern slope of Warm Springs Mountain at 4 a.m. to await the Confederates. At 10 a.m., the Confederate advance resumed slowly. lead elements of the Confederates spotted the Union force on the slope of the mountain 1.5 miles from Bath. Muhlenberg's guns opened up, and the 21st Virginia fell back, firing their muskets pointlessly at the Union troops too far away. After 3 hours, Jackson took command personally, ordering an advance at the double quick. Meanwhile, Loring sent the 1st Tennessee Infantry of Anderson's brigade up the ridge, going left of Gillem, and drove the Union troops away before Jackson's charge started. Murray and Osborne withdrew to St. John's Run in the face of the militia on the west slope, Loring atop the ridge, and Jackson in the valley. The militia did not block the line of retreat. Instead, panicking at the sight of Union skirmishers, the militia stampeded away and the Union withdrew. Jackson entered Bath and immediately ordered Gillem to pursue and attack the Federals at St. John's Run. He also detached the 3rd Arkansas Infantry and ordered it to burn the Cacapon River Railroad Bridge. Leaving Garnett to occupy the town, Jackson set off with the remainder of Loring's force for Hancock. The Stonewall Brigade looted the Strother family estate and the Berkeley Springs Hotel. While they enjoyed the spoils of the fight, the Confederate units that led the attack had to continue marching. Many men became annoyed with Jackson's seeming favoritism. Gillem advanced to St. John's Run but declined to attack, believing that the Union had arrayed 2 infantry regiments for battle. Cozens argues that if Gillem had attacked here, the entire Union force would probably have been captured or killed. Murray and Mann met up with the 13th Indiana Infantry at St. John's Run and were determined to stand and fight. However, the Federals had no ammunition. The Indianans boarded the train for Cumberland while the Illinois and Pennsylvanian troops made for the Potomac to ford the river. Murray's men crossed at Alpine Station after a brief firefight with part of the 7th Virginia Cavalry. Jackson failed to prevent the crossing. He called up the Rockbridge Artillery and ordered them to begin bombarding the town of Hancock. This was retribution for the Union bombardment of Shepherdstown earlier in the war. Beginning at 6 p.m., the bombardment caused some damage but no injuries, and lasted intermittently for 5 hours. Meanwhile, the Pennsylvanian troops ransacked the town, looking for shelter for the night. General Lander arrived in the town that evening. There was more freezing weather that night. Early the next day, the Stonewall Brigade left Bath to join Jackson on the heights opposite Hancock. Jackson tried to bluff the Union into surrendering the town by sending Ashby under a flag of truce to warn that if they did not surrender, Jackson would bomb the town. Lander met with Ashby and replied, "Colonel Ashby, give my regards to General Jackson, and tell him to bombard and be damned. If he opens his batteries on this town, he will injure more of his friends than he will of the enemy, for this is a damned secesh place anyhow." As Ashby rose to leave, Lander replied, "Hold on! Take a seat, Colonel Ashby. General Jackson has addressed me in a polite and soldierly manner, and it demands a like reply." Lander then wrote out a message for Jackson which read, "I decline to accede to your request. If you feel justified in destroying the property and lives of peaceable citizens under the plea of crossing the Potomac at a particular point, which I dispute, you must do so on your own responsibility." Handing Ashby the message, Lander remarked, "General Jackson and yourself, Colonel Ashby, are gentlemen and brave men without question, but you have started out in a goddamn bad cause." The Federals tensely awaited the bombardment, organizing bucket brigades to fight fires. At 2 p.m., the Confederate bombardment began and lasted sporadically all day. Union guns responded, but there were no casualties on either side. As this was happening, Jackson sent a detachment 2 miles upriver to work on a bridge, and a second detachment to Dam No. 5 to try to breach it again. Both endeavors failed. However, Confederate troops succeeded in burning the Big Cacapon River Railroad Bridge. Nightfall once again brought snow, and the 110th Pennsylvania ransacked private residences for the second night. Confederate soldiers spent the night huddled beside small campfires trying to sleep in the snow. The following day, January 6th, Confederate soldiers endured another day on the southern bank, once again bombarding Hancock with little effect. Lander, meanwhile, begged Banks to send reinforcements or to attack Jackson from behind. He was determined to attack and worried that Jackson was going to be able to ford the Potomac and drive him out of Hancock. Banks had ordered Alpheus Williams' brigade to Hancock late the day before, but argued that crossing the Potomac would result in another Ball's Bluff. Jackson tried a half-hearted attempt to cross at St. John's Run, but this was beaten back by Lander. At an impasse, Jackson decided to withdraw. The following day, the Confederates pulled back from the Potomac. Jackson had only managed to burn the Big Cacapon Bridge and cut telegraph wires, severing communication between Washington and the Alleghenies, but he felt that his rear was secure enough to march on Romney. Freezing weather continued. Horses were starving and lacking in winter shoes. They collapsed trying to pull the wagons and supplies south. Similarly, the men had little or no food, and many cursed Jackson for his seeming lack of planning. Progress was extremely slow. McLaughlin's battery, for example, only made it 7 miles south of Bath that day. Jackson had ordered the men not to dismantle fences for firewood, but many soldiers ignored the order. January 8th provided much of the same misery as before. The army had fallen apart on the hard march, and Jackson decided to regroup at Unger's Store. Finally realizing that his troops needed food and rest, he opted to halt here to recover. The army began encamping around Unger's Creek. It's here that Jackson first hears about an incident that had happened the day before on the Romney Pike. At Blue's Gap, there had been a Confederate outpost of 700 militia and cavalry. This was the only Confederate outpost on the Romney Pike. General Kelly, who was sick and recovering in Cumberland, had ordered the Union troops in Romney to attack this outpost to try and relieve pressure on Lander and Hancock. Colonel Samuel Dunning advanced from Romney early on the 7th with 6 companies of the 14th Indiana, the 1st West Virginia, and the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th Ohio Infantry Regiments. Also moving out were 3 sections of artillery plus 5 cavalry companies. At Blue's Gap, the modern-day Hanging Rock Pass, were 3 Virginia militia regiments under Colonel J. Sensendiver, a few mounted militia, Captain Wilbur E. Cutshaw's untrained Virginia Battery, and a company of the 7th Virginia Cavalry Regiment under Captain George F. Sheets. Cavalry was posted ahead of the gap with pickets on the west bank of the North River. The militia were encamped a few hundred feet up from Blue's Tavern behind steep cliffs. Dunning attacked at daybreak, surprising the pickets and crossing the bridge before the militia could react. Once across, the 4th and 5th Ohio advanced on the ridge on either side of the pike, while the 8th Ohio advanced in column up the pike. Sensendiver ordered the militia to arms, but few militiamen actually had weapons, much less ammunition. Panic took hold and the Confederates were routed. No Federals were killed, and perhaps half a dozen rebels fell. The Union troops did not pursue beyond the gap, and withdrew back to Romney when a freezing wind began. Charles Blue's Tavern was destroyed, and this encouraged more vandalism. Frenchburg, a hamlet, was razed on the return march. Kelly censured Dunning for not preventing this wanton destruction. These acts sparked horror stories among survivors and roused Confederate anger. Back in Unger's Store, Jackson had to wait for his horses to be reshod before he could resume marching. While he waited, Jackson decided to rid the army of officers that had not impressed him. On January 10th, he ordered General Meem to Moorfield with 545 militia and General Carson to Bath with 225 militia. Colonel A. Monroe, commanding the militia detachment at Cacapon Bridge, warns Jackson that the militia are so disturbed by news of the Union attack that he doesn't think he can hold them there in camp for much longer. Jackson began granting furloughs in accordance with the Bounty and Furlough Act. Jackson also furloughed Gillem indefinitely for his unimpressive performance, and Gillem returned to VMI. Jackson was displeased with Garnett and asked the War Department to promote Lieutenant Colonel Seth M. Barton of the 3rd Arkansas to Brigadier General and assign him to lead the Stonewall Brigade. The War Department ignored Jackson's request, given a lack of any concrete reason why Garnett should be removed. In camp near Unger's Store, Jackson's army was unwashed and filthy with lice. It's unknown just how many were diseased. Garnett's concern for his men kept losses from illness down in the Stonewall Brigade. Loring's troops, however, were twice as sick as Garnett's, and many of Loring's subordinate officers encouraged their men to abandon their posts. As this was going on, Lander asked McClellan for permission to advance into Virginia, but McClellan sternly declined. Instead, McClellan ordered Lander to go to Romney and lead the Union force back to the B&O Railroad. When Lander learned of this, he was livid. On the 9th, he arrived in Romney, and the next day, he and his force of 7,000 troops left for Patterson Creek Station on the B&O, 6 miles east of Cumberland. Neither the troops nor Lander, who was still nursing his leg wound, were happy about this. Lander cursed his officers and men as well as the weather. Crossing a swollen creek on the way north, several horses were swept downstream. Seeing this, Lander cursed, "The next time I undertake to move an army, and God Almighty sends such a rain, I will go around and cross hell on the ice." On the 11th, the Union force finally arrived at Patterson's Creek Station. The camp was extremely muddy after 3 days of rain. The 29th and 67th Ohio Infantry joined Lander's force in the mud. Much like the rebels at Unger's Store, many of the Federal soldiers were exhausted and became sick in camp. On January 19th, Jackson learned that the Union had abandoned Romney. With the horses finally shod, the rebels started off again for the town. The Stonewall Brigade led the way, making 9 miles that day and encamping near Slane's Crossroads. Wet snow and sleet continued to plague the troops, and muddy roads impeded everyone. The following day, the Confederates arrived in Romney. The town had been depleted of anything useful by the retreating Federals. The Stonewall Brigade, the first to arrive in town, broke into churches, private homes, and the courthouse to find shelter. Once again, Loring's men were forced to camp in fields or stables. Jackson, frustrated over his inability to capture Hancock, planned an offensive to capture Cumberland. He believed there were 11,000 troops defending the city and requested another infantry brigade and a cavalry regiment from Richmond. Secretary Benjamin declined, saying that there were no more troops to give. Jackson decided to alter his plans. He proposed sending Garnett's and Tolliver's brigades to New Creek Station, modern-day Kaiser, West Virginia, to destroy the railroad bridges there. This would threaten Lander's communications west of Cumberland and his flank and rear. However, Jackson's men were enraged at him and demoralized. His army was now only at 2/3 strength, with furloughs and illness having depleted it. Due to complaints by his officers, Jackson canceled this offensive and decided to move his army to winter quarters. All in all, Jackson was pleased with the campaign results, boasting to Richmond that Morgan and most of Hampshire counties had been restored to the Confederacy. In reality, however, Jackson had done little to disrupt the Union. He decided to leave Loring's 3 brigades in Romney and return to Winchester himself with the Stonewall Brigade to guard against Banks. Jackson distributed Boggs' militia across the South Branch Valley to guard Romney as far south as Moorfield. He also left Loring with 3 companies of cavalry under Sheets. Carson's militia would remain at Bath, Meame's brigade would occupy Martinsburg, and Ashby's cavalry would patrol the Potomac. There was a serious problem with this plan, however. Romney was not a defensible position. The town could only be defended by securing Fort Mill Ridge, the ridge south of the South Branch overlooking the town, plus the hills and ravines east of Romney. Lieutenant Colonel Seth Barton, Jackson's chief engineer, estimated that the rebels would need 20,000 men to hold the town. Further, Lander was actually closer to Romney from Cumberland than Jackson would be from Winchester. Lander had 6,000 troops at Patterson's Creek, 1,500 troops at Green Springs, 3,000 at New Creek, and between 2,000 and 3,000 at Cumberland, for a total of about 13,000 in all. Loring was aware of this from spies and would have less than 5,000 troops himself at Romney. Regardless, Jackson was leaving. On January 23rd, the Stonewall Brigade left Romney. Loring's men were not happy about being left behind. The town itself was in shambles. Private Richard W. Waldrop recorded that Romney looks very much as if it had been visited by an earthquake and pretty well shaken to pieces. The citizens, what few are here, don't seem to regret it much, and some of them say they hope the Yanks will burn it if they ever get here again. It was filthy indoors and outdoors. Raw sewage and mud covered the streets. Colonel Samuel V. Fulkerson, commander of the 37th Virginia Infantry, wrote to some Virginia congressmen to try to free Loring from Jackson's command. General Tolliver endorsed the letter. Tolliver wrote a letter on the 25th to Loring echoing Fulkerson and got 6 other regimental commanders to endorse it. Some, he asked, however, refused. Loring endorsed the petition and sent it to Secretary Benjamin. He also sent a copy to Jackson and 1 copy with Tolliver, who was going to Richmond on furlough, to give to Jefferson Davis. Tolliver had mixed results. The Confederate Congress was not receptive, but President Davis wanted to hear more about the conditions of the army, admitting that Jackson had made a mistake, and ordered Benjamin to order Jackson to move Loring back to Winchester. On January 30th, Benjamin telegraphed these orders to Jackson. Jackson complied and subsequently resigned his command, writing the secretary, "With such interference in my command, I cannot expect to be of much service in the field, and accordingly respectfully request to be ordered to report for duty to the superintendent of the Virginia Military Institute at Lexington. Should the application not be granted, I respectfully request that the President will accept my resignation from the Army." Jackson elaborated on these sentiments in letters to Governor Letcher and his friend Alexander Boteler, the Confederate congressional representative of the Valley District. Secretary Benjamin was shocked by Jackson's resignation. President Davis refused to accept it. Boteler appealed to Governor Letcher to try to reason with Jackson. The governor sent Boteler to Winchester with a written appeal for Jackson to reconsider. On February 6, Boteler arrived in Winchester and met with Jackson. The commanding general reiterated that he did not want Secretary Benjamin interfering in military movement. He also remarked that by abandoning Romney, the Union now had the Confederates bottled in the valley. Jackson said, "When the spring campaign opens, the movement made in this direction will be on both flanks as well as from the front. They want this valley, and if the valley is lost, Virginia is lost." Boteler assured Jackson that the secretary would not interfere again and reminded him that the governor of his own state wants him to stay. Jackson agrees to leave the decision with Governor Letcher to decide. Lander, meanwhile, was still determined to cooperate with Banks on attacking Jackson. He had 9,330 infantrymen total, with 6,331 concentrated near Cumberland, and the rest spread out between the city and North Branch Bridge. He also had 1,114 cavalry. McClellan refused to authorize any attack on Winchester. To appease McClellan, Lander proposed moving on Romney instead, while Banks distracted Jackson with a feint on Shepherdstown. McClellan agreed to this. However, heavy rains swelled the Potomac, preventing any immediate crossings. More accurate maps of the region reached Lander and revealed a route of attack on Romney previously unknown from the east. On February 3rd, Lander began the march by boarding his troops onto trains bound for French's Store, Virginia, modern-day South Branch Depot, West Virginia. Just outside of Camp Kelly, a few miles from Cumberland, Lander collapsed with a sudden illness later revealed to be sepsis. The same day, Loring began withdrawing from Romney. On February 6, Colonel Nathan Kimball's brigade reoccupied Romney. Finding Loring gone, however, Lander pulled Kimball back to the Paw Paw Railroad Tunnel near modern-day Magnolia, West Virginia. The same day that Kimball arrived in Romney, Union engineers repaired the Big Cacapon Bridge. In Winchester, there was animosity between Loring's men, who have been bad-mouthing Jackson's performance, and the men of the Stonewall Brigade, who are still loyal to their commander. The men of the Stonewall Brigade blame Loring's complaints for causing Jackson to resign. Tensions boil over into fistfights between soldiers, and Loring's troops are, once again, relegated to the least desirable spots to set up camp around the city. There are also thousands of ill soldiers, with one doctor reporting over 1,100 hospitalized. After almost a week, on February 9th, Jefferson Davis promoted Loring to Major General and transferred him to Georgia. A week later, the 1st Tennessee and 1st Georgia Infantry Regiments were ordered to Tennessee, and the 7th and 14th Tennessee Infantry Regiments were reassigned to Johnston's command at Manassas. Jackson preferred that Loring be court-martialed for undermining his command, but Jefferson Davis declined. Furloughs further depleted Jackson's strength to only 6,404 troops in the whole valley in February. Banks, on the other hand, was increasing his strength from 18,000 to 23,000 during the same month. On the same day that Loring was promoted, Lander, seemingly recovered, resumed moving his forces from Patterson's Creek to the Paw Paw Tunnel. Jackson was fully aware of these movements and warned Joseph Johnston that he would need at least 9,000 men to hold the lower valley. On February 10th, Colonel Dunning set out from New Creek Station with 1,400 troops and Lander's permission to capture beef cattle in Moorfield. These cattle were being guarded by rebel militia. After a little skirmishing, the militia fled into the hills south of Moorfield. However, no cattle were found, having been driven away by the rebels sometime before the Federals arrived. However, the South Branch Valley was now effectively clear of rebels. Lander's illness returned, and it became clear that he was going to die soon. He entered a delirious state, no longer concealing his opinions behind politeness. In a letter to U.S. Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton, Lander wrote, "General Williams is an ass. General Banks is a failure. With faith in God and the American Republic, I will beat the enemy forces with half their numbers. My enemy is your department, not in front. You will regard this as disrespectful. I hope you may. I am not here for promotion or emolument." 2 days later, on the 12th, Lander decided to attack Sensendiver's militia at Bloomery Furnace, modern-day Bloomery, West Virginia, and to lead the assault himself. Late on the 13th, Kimball's 1st Brigade, Lander, and 2 companies of cavalry set off for Bloomery Furnace. The roads were very muddy, and the Federal column was forced to detour up Sidling Hill to the summit. Once there, Lander ordered the 76th Ohio and 13th Indiana Infantry Regiments back down the hill to seal Bloomery Gap from the west by dawn. The rest of the column descended the eastern slopes of Sidling Hill. When they reached the swollen Cacapon River, Lander was enraged to hear that the engineers could not bridge the waters. However, John Fuller, a wagon master of the 8th Ohio Infantry, proposed a solution. He forded one wagon at a time, filled with ballast, until the river was bridged. At 2:30 a.m. on the 14th, the task was complete and the Federal column resumed marching. By dawn, Lander was still 2 miles away from Bloomery Furnace. Federal cavalry arrived, and Lander rode forward with them toward a cluster of buildings that they were certain housed militia officers. However, when they arrived, they discovered that Bloomery Furnace had been abandoned and that Sensendiver and his men had withdrawn 2 miles east. Lander ordered the cavalry to charge, but the commander, Colonel Henry Anasansel of the 1st Virginia Union Cavalry Regiment, only proceeded slowly a short distance, then stopped to await infantry support. There were only a few Confederate skirmishers in front, and Lander, enraged, took command of the cavalry personally and dashed forward at full gallop, ordering everyone else to follow him. The 31st Virginia Militia were guarding the gap ahead under Colonel Robert F. Baldwin. However, only 5 troopers had accompanied Lander in the charge. The rest, including Anasansel, had remained behind. Regardless, Lander charged in and bluffed Baldwin into believing that he had the militia surrounded. Baldwin surrendered, although other militiamen continued to resist, firing from behind cover. Finally, the 1st Ohio Cavalry marched past the 1st Virginia Union Cavalry and scattered the rebels. Lander helped to capture militiamen and fired a round at a Union cavalryman who was shirking his duties. Anasansel finally rode in, advancing toward the 51st and 89th Virginia Militia further ahead, but suffered a fall, and he and his regiment were forced back. Colonel Kimball pushed past them with the 14th Indiana and 7th Virginia Union Infantry Regiments to break the Confederate resistance. The 8th Ohio Infantry, led by Colonel Samuel A. Carroll, pursued the militia 8 miles to Unger Station. The raid had netted 65 prisoners, including 17 officers. Lander's force returned to the Paw Paw Tunnel by midnight. Lander wired McClellan with the results, who was not particularly impressed. However, he did receive a letter of congratulations from Stanton, who informed him that President Lincoln had heard of his attack and was happy. Lander assured Stanton that he was ready to return to the field, but in reality his health was fading. As these relatively minor offensives went on, the Confederacy suffered major defeats in other theaters of war. In the West, Union forces captured Forts Henry and Donelson, and on the Atlantic shore they captured Roanoke Island. These victories netted the Union thousands of Confederate prisoners. Meanwhile, no European nation had recognized the Confederacy, and Johnston's army of 40,000 was now opposed by McClellan's enormous force of 155,500. In the face of all this, the Confederate Congress passed the Conscription Act to keep soldiers in the field. Jefferson Davis told Jackson that he had no reinforcements to send him. Hundreds of rebels began deserting in the valley. Most Union soldiers felt optimistic about the upcoming campaign season of 1862. However, McClellan did not share in the enthusiasm, instead believing that he was outnumbered. He began planning an amphibious campaign that would displace Johnston from Manassas. His idea was to take his army by sea and land at Urbana, Virginia, and capture West Point, Virginia. This would force the Confederacy to abandon the York Peninsula. However, he did little to begin putting this into motion. President Lincoln had issued Special War Order No. 1, ordering him to march on Manassas by February 22nd. When McClellan told Lincoln about his Peninsular campaign, Lincoln decided to give it a chance. Banks, meanwhile, assured McClellan that he and Lander together could occupy Winchester and Leesburg by March 1st. McClellan finally acquiesced, authorizing Banks to cross the Potomac only far enough to reopen the B&O Railroad near Harper's Ferry. Lander was ordered to hold at Paw Paw Tunnel until Banks was across, then move east of Hancock to help repair the railroad from Hancock to Harper's Ferry. In late February, Banks began marching from Frederick to just behind Maryland Heights with J.J. Abercrombie's and Charles S. Hamilton's brigades. Banks left Alpheus Williams' brigade at Hancock. At Maryland Heights, poor planning and incompetence prevented the construction of proper pontoon bridges. McClellan had ordered pontoon sections constructed in Washington without checking that the dimensions could actually pass through the C&O canal locks. When boatmen tried to take the pontoon sections up the river, they found, to McClellan's humiliation, that they were too big to fit through the locks. On February 26th, a small makeshift bridge was built by the 3rd Wisconsin Infantry. Banks began crossing into Harper's Ferry. The town was largely abandoned and gutted. Hamilton occupied Bolivar Heights, while Abercrombie occupied Loudon Heights. The next day, McClellan learned about the pontoon fiasco. Back at Maryland Heights, the makeshift bridge was rocked by high waters. Supply wagons were unable to cross and left the troops in Harper's Ferry without any baggage or supplies. All these problems combined made McClellan give up on any thought of advancing on Winchester. He settled on focusing on rebuilding the bridges and reopening the railroad, and turned his attention to more important sectors in the theater of war. On February 28th, McClellan accompanied a reconnaissance to Charlestown and ordered Lander and Williams to cross at Williamsport and occupy Martinsburg. Jackson, meanwhile, was aware of these Union movements and was happy to see them. He looked forward to waging war, even though the Federals outnumbered him 6-1. Jackson withdrew from Martinsburg without a fight and began preparing to leave Winchester for the South. Many civilians also fled the city. A pro-Union diarist named Julia Chase wrote that, "The Virginians have always said never surrender, that they never ran. Pretty good numbers are running now fast enough." Back in Charlestown, Federal soldiers marched in and began occupying the settlement. Many civilians were afraid that the Federals would raze the town given its reputation as being the site of John Brown's hanging. Cozens writes an account of the Reverend of the Presbyterian Church as follows. Hurrying through the downpour to check on his Presbyterian church, the Reverend W.B. Dutton braced himself for the worst. Strother fell in with him, and together they found the sanctuary overrun with soldiers from the 3rd Wisconsin, some of whom were rolling up carpets. Dutton implored Strother and the regimental commander, Colonel Thomas H. Ruger, to spare the pulpit, Bibles, and candelabras. Glancing toward the organ, Dutton saw a platoon of rugged-looking fellows fumbling with the music books of the choir. He looked in agony at the prospective destruction and desecration, recalled Strother. A moment after, the books were all open, and 50 accordant voices rose in a thrilling anthem that filled the church with solemn music. The alarmed clergyman paused a moment. His face became calm and solemn. He turned to the officer in command. "You need not move the furniture from the pulpit, sir. It will be safe, I feel assured." Other officers marched through the town singing John Brown's Body, while a few others raided the town of food and commodities. Slaves helped soldiers locate stores that their masters had hidden away, and many fled to freedom. Although these raids took place, there were no acts of destruction. On March 2nd, Martinsburg fell to Williams's brigade, who had set out from Hancock 2 days earlier. His troops were under-equipped, and many were barefoot. The town had already been gutted of supplies by the departing Virginia militia. Martinsburg had many pro-Union families. Some Union soldiers were gracious to their citizen hosts, while others ransacked property. On the same day that Martinsburg fell, Lander died. He had been preparing to go on campaign again, but fell gravely ill. Kimball took command in his absence. As the rebels began evacuating Winchester, Jackson planned his next move. If he withdrew, he could go through the Page Valley or down the Valley Pike. In any case, his objective is Mount Jackson, where he has set up a supply depot. Meanwhile, Johnston has learned of the amphibious campaign that McClellan is planning and withdraws from Centerville to Culpeper Courthouse. On March 3rd, Jackson wrote Johnston that he is prepared to fall back as far as Newmarket. The same day, intelligence and spy reports assured Banks that Jackson only had 5,000 men at Winchester. On March 6th, rebels found Ashby's pickets asleep on the Charlestown Road. They had not been reporting federal troop movements. Jackson ordered Ashby to give daily reports at a minimum. The next day, General Williams began advancing up the Valley Pike from Bunker Hill with a cavalry reconnaissance. 7 miles north of Winchester, 2 Union cavalry companies began skirmishing with one of Ashby's poorly equipped cavalry companies. Ashby lost 6 killed and 7 wounded and was thrown back. The following day, March 8th, there were growing indications that Jackson was preparing to withdraw. Banks asked McClellan for explicit permission to march on Winchester. McClellan was evasive, but ordered Banks to find out if any of Johnston's army was moving to the city. Banks decided to continue the advance. Meanwhile, Jackson was not completely committed to abandoning Winchester. He wired Johnston, telling him that he wants to stand and fight, but acknowledges Johnston's request that all Confederate armies withdraw in unison, Johnston from Northern Virginia and D.H. Hill from Leesburg. On March 10th, Brigadier General Willis A. Gorman's brigade from John Sedgwick's division and Abercrombie's brigade from Banks's division arrive at Berryville, 10 miles east of Winchester. At this point, Jackson was facing Hamilton's brigade at Smithfield, modern-day Middleway, West Virginia, Williams's brigade at Bunker Hill, Virginia, Kimball's and Colonel Jeremiah Sullivan's brigades at Martinsburg, and Erastus B. Tyler's brigade at Back Creek Railroad Depot, 9.5 miles west of Williamsport. Altogether, this was 30,000 Federal troops within 1 day's march of Winchester. Against this, Jackson had less than 5,000 Confederates. The following day, March 11th, Banks ordered Hamilton to conduct a reconnaissance toward Winchester with his brigade plus Williams's, Kimball's, and Sullivan's. Brigadier General James Shields, the same man that had nearly fought a duel with Abraham Lincoln many years earlier, arrived to take command of Lander's division. Tyler's brigade arrived in Martinsburg and Shields joined them. Hamilton, the ranking officer of the 4 brigades chosen to advance on Winchester, begins moving up the Valley Pike, skirmishing with Ashby the entire day. Williams's brigade leads the advance and encamps at Stevenson's Depot, modern-day Stevensonville, Virginia, for the night. Although Banks had only authorized a reconnaissance, The 4 brigade commanders meet and all agree to stage an assault on the city the next day. The Stonewall Brigade and Colonel Jesse Burks's brigade, formerly Gillam's, were stationed north of the city behind earthworks, while Tolliver's brigade was east-northeast of the city on the Berryville Road. Jackson wanted the men to slip away from the earthworks undetected, draw rations for the night and rest, then return to attack before dawn. Unfortunately for Jackson, at a council of war he called that evening, his subordinate commanders rejected that plan. This, plus a screw-up that had sent ration wagons too far south and the troops after them, spoiled any chance that they would be fed and rested for an attack. Jackson, angry, finally, reluctantly decided to evacuate. He issues the orders just after midnight on March 12th, and the rebels begin slipping away to the south. As Jackson rides off away from Winchester, he vows never to call another council of war again. It was March 12, 1862. Stonewall Jackson's army in the Shenandoah Valley had abandoned the lower valley north of Winchester and begun marching south. At dawn, the Federal forces north of the city began probing the earthworks and found them abandoned. They quickly moved in, and Winchester fell to the Union without a fight. Inside, they found that many Unionist civilians had been forcibly marched south. Many of these would later die of disease in Confederate prisons. That evening, Jackson encamped between Cedar Creek and Strasburg. While this was going on, Lincoln was losing more and more confidence in General George McClellan. If you recall in the last part, McClellan had come up with an idea to launch an amphibious campaign on Urbana, Virginia, and Lincoln had decided to give him a chance at putting this into motion. Unfortunately for Lincoln, McClellan's anxieties had once again crippled the war effort. He had been dragging his feet in getting the Army of the Potomac moving to Urbana. McClellan assumed that Johnston had found out about his Urbana plan, so he decided to alter the campaign and land at Fort Monroe on the tip of the James Peninsula instead. On March 13th, McClellan and his newly appointed corps commanders informed Lincoln of his new peninsular campaign plan. Lincoln approved under the condition that McClellan ensured that Washington was left secure. A few days earlier, Lincoln had ordered War Order No. 2, which made Nathaniel Banks commander of the Army of the Potomac's 5th Corps. Alpheus Williams assumed command of Banks's division, now renamed the 1st Division, and James Shields commanded the 2nd Division. Within the 1st Division, the 1st Brigade was commanded by Colonel Dudley Donnelly, the 2nd Brigade by Brigadier General J.J. Abercrombie, and the 3rd Brigade by Colonel George H. Gordon. In the 2nd Division, the 1st Brigade was commanded by Colonel Nathan Kimball, the 2nd Brigade by Colonel Jeremiah Sullivan, and the 3rd Brigade by Colonel Erastus B. Tyler. The cavalry arm would not be under a single commander until March 28th, when Brigadier General John P. Hatch would take over. Sedgwick's division was transferred from Winchester to the 2nd Corps, now occupying Manassas. The same day that Lincoln learned of the Peninsular Campaign, March 13th, McClellan ordered Banks to leave only one division to watch the valley and move everything else, including his headquarters, to Manassas and Centerville. The next day, Jackson decided to withdraw further up the valley to Red Banks, a large homestead north of Mount Jackson. His army arrived 2 days later to the home on the banks of the North Fork of the Shenandoah and set up what they called Camp Buchanan. The same day that Jackson reached Red Banks, McClellan, satisfied that everything was in order in the valley, ordered Banks to leave only a single brigade of infantry at Strasburg and 2 cavalry regiments to operate in the valley beyond that town. Banks would set up his headquarters at Manassas and focus on rebuilding the railroad from Manassas to Strasburg. However, the following day, the 17th, McClellan amended the order and allowed Banks to keep Shields' entire division in the valley. That same day, McClellan and his army began embarking for the peninsula from Alexandria. Shields was ordered to reconnoiter south to Strasburg, and he, in turn, ordered Colonel John Mason to take 2 companies of the 4th Ohio Infantry and a cavalry squadron forward from Winchester. Mason drove out a few of Turner Ashby's pickets from Newton, modern-day Stevens City, Virginia, and returned to Winchester having accomplished little. Williams, who was acting corps commander with Banks away, was pretty unimpressed with this anemic display and ordered Shields to conduct another reconnaissance for the following day. Shields decided to send Mason's small force, plus the 8th Ohio and 7th Indiana Infantry regiments and 2 artillery sections to Cedarville, then west to Middletown to catch Ashby from behind. Meanwhile, Shields would lead the 8,500 remaining men in the divisions south to take Ashby from the front. It was an ambitious plan, but David Strother, the famous illustrator and Union spy in the valley, had his doubts that such an enormous force could ever succeed in capturing Ashby's elusive troopers. The next day, March 18th, Mason began his reconnaissance at 4 a.m. and reached Middletown by 2 p.m., but found that Ashby had already withdrawn to Strasburg. Mason then chased Ashby to Cedar Creek, where he found the bridge destroyed. Shields arrived at Cedar Creek by evening, and the Federal forces began preparing to cross the creek the following day. By dawn, Ashby's troopers had withdrawn, and the Union entered Strasburg without opposition. Captain Robert Chew's batteries remained 1 mile southwest of Strasburg on Fisher's Hill and fired harmlessly at the Federals. Shields, however, believed that Jackson's entire force was nearby. He ordered Colonel Philip Daum, chief of artillery, to deploy on high ground west of the turnpike opposite Fisher's Hill. Supported by 3 infantry brigades and the 1st Michigan Cavalry, they were to attack Chew's batteries. However, by the time the Federals advanced on the hill, Ashby and his 700 cavalry troopers were gone. Unfortunately, Colonel Daum mistakenly opened fire on the Union advance, wounding 2 soldiers and killing 3 cavalry horses. Shields continued the pursuit for 5 miles. Chew's gunners challenged the Federal advance from every ridge. At 5 p.m., Shields halted and withdrew the division to Strasburg, leaving a strong forward picket. He was convinced that Jackson was camped just south of Woodstock. The next day, Shields withdrew the division back to Winchester through heavy rains. As Shields' division marched back north, 400 militia from Augusta County, Virginia, joined Jackson's army at Red Banks, along with a 33-year-old man named Jedediah Hotchkiss. Hotchkiss had volunteered his services as a surveyor for the Confederacy in 1861. He would prove indispensable for Jackson in the coming months. Jackson ordered Hotchkiss to scout north toward Woodstock. Shields' sudden withdrawal from Strasburg was worrying Jackson. General Joseph Johnston had ordered Jackson to keep as much Federal attention on the valley as possible to prevent McClellan from being reinforced. Now that Shields was falling back, there was a danger that his division would leave the valley to join the enormous army that would be marching on Richmond. This was unacceptable. Jackson began preparing an offensive of his own. The day after Shields withdrew from Strasburg, March 21st, General Banks, content that Jackson was at Mount Jackson, reassured McClellan that everything was in order and planned to send Williams' division to Centerville the following day. Shields encamped 2 miles north of Winchester, leaving only a small guard on the southern edge of town and a squadron of the 1st Michigan Cavalry watching the Valley Pike to Kernstown. The next day, Jackson began marching north to Winchester. By that evening, the army would be in Strasburg. As they marched, Ashby's troopers ran into pickets of the 1st Michigan Cavalry outside Kernstown. Ashby's 290 troopers forced the Union cavalry across Abrams Creek and deployed Chew's Battery on a ridge west of Hillman's Tollgate and began bombarding Union positions on the outskirts of Winchester. Major Joseph Matthews deployed his 46th Pennsylvania Infantry Companies and pushed Ashby's skirmishers back across Abrams Creek. Shields was slow to respond to this threat. After confirming that enemy artillery was south of Winchester, he deployed 2 batteries, Battery H, 1st Ohio Light Artillery, under Captain James Huntington, and Battery L, 1st Ohio Light Artillery, under Captain Lucius Robinson toward the enemy. The 67th and 8th Ohio Infantry Regiments also arrived. Just then, one of Chew's shells knocked Shields down, wounding him. Unable to remain on the field, Shields was carried off to Winchester, and Colonel Kimball took over command on the field. More Union regiments from Kimball's brigade arrived and deployed into line on the right of the pike, with the 67th and 8th Ohio regiments to the left. Sullivan's brigade formed in reserve. Kimball ordered an advance by sundown, and Ashby, outnumbered, withdrew to Newton. Banks and Shields were both still convinced that Jackson was far south on the defensive. Williams's division had already departed for Manassas. With Ashby having withdrawn, the Federals only deployed a couple cavalry squadrons forward to picket the Front Royal and Romney roads. There were no serious preparations for any incoming attack. Kimball's brigade encamped at Kernstown, Sullivan's brigade at Milltown, where the Valley Pike crossed Abrams Creek, and Tyler's brigade north of Winchester. Ashby, on the other hand, reported to Jackson that only 4 Union regiments and 2 batteries remained in Winchester, and these were preparing to flee to Harper's Ferry. Ashby requested a few infantry companies to retake Winchester. Jackson accepted Ashby's report and was determined to attack immediately in order to draw Banks back into the valley. At dawn the following day, Tyler's brigade prepared to move to Centerville. Kimball, however, was alert. He ordered Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Sawyer to reconnoiter west of the Valley Pike with 3 companies of the 8th Ohio Infantry. Sawyer moved to Opequon Church without incident, but suddenly spotted horse artillery deploying 400 yards to the south. These were Ashby's 7th Virginia Cavalry and Chew's Battery. Supporting these troops were 4 companies of Confederate infantry under Captain John Quincy Adams Nadenbausch of the 2nd Virginia Infantry. At 9 a.m., Chew fired the first shots of the Battle of Kernstown. Kimball immediately recalled Colonel Samuel Carroll from Winchester and ordered him and the rest of the 8th Ohio Infantry east of the Pike, while Sawyer took position on the west. Kimball spotted Pritchard Hill and instantly recognized it as the key position of the battlefield. He ordered Battery A, 1st West Virginia Artillery, Battery E, 4th U.S. Artillery, and Battery B, 1st West Virginia Artillery up the hill. He also ordered the 67th Ohio Infantry to clear Ashby's forces from the western base of the hill. The regiment accomplished this and returned to the hill to support Battery A. Meanwhile, Kimball ordered the 5th Ohio Infantry of Sullivan's brigade behind Battery E. Facing this, Ashby was forced back across Hoag's Run. Kimball's artillery counter-fired Chew's artillery. Ashby ordered the 2nd Virginia to file right of the pike, form 2 companies of skirmishers with 2 more companies in reserve, and probe to the north. He also sent 2 of Chew's guns to support this advance. Carroll's 7 companies of the 8th Ohio plus 3 companies of the 67th Ohio, were assembled in woods with his pickets behind a stone wall 300 yards north of Hoag's Run. Nadenbausch advanced and ordered a volley at 100 yards followed by a charge. This sent the Federal pickets back to the woods with the Confederates in pursuit. Carroll's main line then fired a counter volley, and the 2nd Virginia ran for cover. An intense firefight began between these units. From Pritchard Hill, Kimball ordered the 14th Indiana Infantry forward from Milltown to support Carroll. By 11 a.m., the 2nd Virginia and Ashby had been pushed back half a mile southeast of Kernstown. The battlefield now quieted down, with the 14th Indiana and the 5th and 8th Ohio positioned 700 yards north of Ashby's position. At this point, both the Union and the Confederate forces each underestimated each other's strength. Ashby was still convinced that only a small Union force stood between him and Winchester, and Union reconnaissance efforts had not detected Jackson's army approaching. Having halted Ashby's advance and thrown it back, there was, in Kimball's mind, no immediate cause for concern. Hearing these early reports, Banks left for Washington. While Jackson approached, Sullivan advanced his brigade at Kimball's request to the stone wall that Carroll had been at before pursuing the 2nd Virginia. The 39th Illinois was on the left, the 62nd Ohio in the center, and the 13th Indiana on the right. Shields remained in Winchester far from the field and gave no clear commanding orders. Kimball sent the 84th Pennsylvania with 503 officers and men to the eastern slope of Sandy Ridge near the intersection of Pritchard's Lane and Middle Road. Kimball declined to advance further on Ashby, fearing other Confederate forces in the area. At noon, the leading elements of Jackson's column, the Stonewall Brigade, reached Opequon Creek 2 miles south of Kernstown. Jackson moved his column off the pike to the northwest into woods. Jackson had 3,087 infantry with him due to straggling on the long march. Accompanying these men were 29 artillery guns and Ashby's cavalry already on the field. Jackson initially intended to wait until the next day to attack, but saw the guns on Pritchard Hill and thought that they could see his force and would be calling for reinforcements if he delayed. Unfortunately, Jackson did not see the infantry support on the hill and did not confer with Ashby before making his move. Jackson decided to outflank the Federals by taking Sandy Ridge. Colonel Samuel Fulkerson's brigade reached the northern end of Barton's Woods, 400 yards southwest of Opequon Church at 2 p.m. The Stonewall Brigade, minus the 5th Virginia posted near the pike, followed Fulkerson. Jackson detached the artillery north of the Opequon under his personal command. He ordered Colonel Jesse Burke's brigade to support the artillery and leave the 42nd Virginia in the rear. As usual, none of Jackson's subordinate commanders knew anything about his battle plans. Kimball noticed Fulkerson's troops from Pritchard Hill and opened fire with artillery. Jackson hurriedly ordered Fulkerson to turn the Union flank on the hill. Federal artillery fired on Fulkerson's men as they advanced over open ground. Battery L, 1st Ohio Light Artillery, under Captain Lucius Robinson, deployed at the intersection of Middle Road and Pritchard's Lane and began firing at the leading 37th Virginia. The 84th Virginia advanced 400 yards southeast of Battery L. Fulkerson, under fire, moved to the left, west of Middle Road, to seek shelter in woods near the base of Sandy Ridge. There, his men endured 30 minutes of punishing bombardment. However, as this was happening, Garnett was not close behind Fulkerson. He sent the lead of his brigade, the 33rd Virginia, 200 yards behind Fulkerson, but the rest of the Stonewall Brigade did not receive word and remained in Barton's Woods. The 33rd Virginia also received heavy fire and diverted to the west under Garnett's direct command to the far side of Sandy Ridge. Garnett, lost and unaware of the enemy's strength, decided to return to Barton's Woods to link up with the rest of the Stonewall Brigade. Meanwhile, Jackson had taken command of the rest of the Stonewall Brigade and ordered his staff officer, Sandy Pendleton, to relay the regiments to Sandy Ridge. Pendleton found the 2nd and 4th Virginia and delivered the order to their commanders, sending the regiments on their way. Similarly, these units came under artillery fire as they crossed over open ground. At the same time, Jackson ordered Ashby to make a feint on the Union left. Ashby and 150 of his men galloped across Hoag's Run, taking some prisoners before being repelled with 1 man killed and 6 wounded. In response to this action, Kimball sent the 14th Indiana to support Carroll and kept 3 regiments of Sullivan's brigade east of the pike. Back at Barton's Woods, Captain William McLaughlin's Rockbridge artillery crossed to Sandy Ridge next, followed by the 21st and 27th Virginia and Captain James Waters's West Augusta battery. After this, Jackson ordered a section of Captain Joseph Carpenter's battery to counterfire Pritchard Hill from Barton's Woods. Carpenter's fire scattered the 3 Union regiments supporting the guns behind the hill. Confederate forces at Sandy Ridge were scattered and disorganized. In his book, Peter Cozens describes it as such, quote, Fulkerson's brigade lingered in the woods 600 yards west of Pritchard's Hill. Garnett and the 33rd Virginia clung to the western slope of Sandy Ridge, 600 yards south of Fulkerson, unaware that the 2nd and 4th Virginia had come to rest behind a low rise the same distance south of them. Neither Fulkerson nor Garnett were yet aware of the arrival of the 21st or 27th Virginia regiments. Neither did Garnett know that Jackson had sent McLaughlin's and Waters's batteries, both of which belonged to his brigade, to Sandy Ridge. End quote. Jackson and Fulkerson encountered each other in the confusion at Fulkerson's position. Garnett insisted that they withdraw to Barton's Woods, and Fulkerson reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, McLaughlin and Waters's batteries deployed on the eastern slope of the ridge, and 2 guns of Carpenter's battery deployed just northeast of them. McLaughlin's battery began firing. Pendleton returned from a reconnoiter further up the ridge where he spotted 10,000 Federal troops between Pritchard Hill and Winchester. He told Jackson that he counted 5 Union regiments marching down Cedar Creek Grade Road to Sandy Ridge. Jackson replied, "Say nothing about it. We are in for it." Jackson ordered the 27th Virginia forward to support Carpenter's exposed guns and prevent them from being captured from the impending Union attack. They advanced 800 yards up the ridge past Carpenter's guns to a high stone wall running east to west, 500 yards along the spur of the ridge. Colonel John Eccles, commanding the 27th Virginia, sent his second in command to find Garnett and inform him of Jackson's orders. Up to this point, Kimball had been focused on his left and on Ashby, not on the ridge. When Confederate guns began shelling Pritchard Hill, Kimball ordered Tyler's brigade to clear Sandy Ridge. The 7th Indiana was at the hill, and the 7th Ohio was supporting Battery L, 1st Ohio Light Artillery. Tyler reunited his brigade, massed them in depth, with the 7th Ohio in the lead, followed by the 7th Indiana, 1st West Virginia, 110th Pennsylvania, and the 29th Ohio. Tyler followed the Cedar Creek Grade Road for a bit, then turned left onto the ridge, staying in depth formation. It was this force that Pendleton spotted heading for the exposed Confederate batteries. At 3:55 p.m., the opposing skirmishers met 300 yards north of the stone wall. Eccles withdrew behind the wall and ordered a volley fire. Stunned, the Federal advance began wavering. Some companies of the 7th Ohio tried charging close to the wall until their commander ordered them to take cover. Tyler tried getting his brigade into line of battle. The 7th Indiana was forced to find cover. The 1st West Virginia also took cover in good order. However, the 110th Pennsylvania panicked in the opening moments of the firefight and fled through the 29th Ohio. The 29th stood firm, with some companies going forward to the 1st West Virginia in the gap left behind. Jackson ordered the 21st Virginia up to the Stonewall. This regiment took position to the right of the 27th Virginia. Tyler extended his line to the right, west of the Confederates, hoping to outflank them. The 1st West Virginia formed line of battle and advanced on an unoccupied stretch of stone wall west of the 27th Virginia. However, an unexpected line of rebels appeared and fired a volley, scattering the 1st West Virginia back from the wall and wounding their commander. These rebels were the 23rd and 37th Virginia of Fulkerson's brigade. As soon as the firing started, Garnett, who had been with the second in command of the 27th Virginia that Eccles had sent to find him, told the 33rd Virginia, then 300 yards south of the wall, to move to the right of the 21st Virginia. Then Garnett led the 4th Virginia to a gap between Fulkerson's right and the left of the 27th Virginia at the wall. The two leftmost companies of the 4th Virginia deployed in a ravine and became isolated from the rest who were on higher ground. The 4th Virginia helped to shatter what was left of the 7th Indiana and 7th Ohio, driving them back to the rear to find cover. Union soldiers responded as best they could from behind cover. Sergeant Thomas Marsh of the 29th Ohio wrote later, "In the excitement of battle, I could aim at the rebels when only 40 or 50 yards from me as coolly as I ever did at a squirrel. But now it seems very much like murder. They would throw up their hands and fall almost every time we would get a fair shot at them, and we would laugh at their emotions and make jest of their misfortune." Virgil Smalley of the 7th Ohio wrote, "Shortly after the steady work of fighting began, a big burly farmer boy, who was a sergeant in my company, stood on the knoll which served me as a shelter, and kept shouting and waving his hands like an insane man. He was suddenly crazed for the moment with the excitement of the battle. He now ran along the ridge, screaming and gesticulating, until I lost sight of him in the smoke. It is singular how differently men are affected by a battle. Some are frantic, some flushed and exhilarated, some pallid and nervous but calm and plucky, some tremble with fear." Jackson next ordered the 2nd Virginia to the right of the 33rd Virginia. The 1st Virginia Battalion also entered the battle, filling a gap between the 27th and 21st Virginia. Jackson suddenly realized that Kimball actually outnumbered him and decided to try to hold his ground until nightfall. Kimball now ordered Sawyer and his section of the 8th Ohio, who had been supporting Robinson's Battery L at the intersection of Middle Road and Pritchard's Lane, into battle. Sawyer ordered a charge with fixed bayonets across an open meadow up the slope of Sandy Ridge and collided with two companies of the 1st Virginia Irish Battalion who were beyond the stone wall. After some very close quarters fighting, the 8th Ohio halted its advance. A few minutes after this, the 84th Pennsylvania, 5th Ohio, and 67th Ohio regiments arrived from Pritchard's Hill on Sawyer's left. The 67th Ohio, an untrained regiment, attacked the 2nd Virginia at the junction of the stone wall with a rail fence and suffered badly. The 5th Ohio entered the action on the left of the 67th Ohio. Unfortunately, Kimball, not wanting to leave the artillery on Pritchard Hill without infantry support, sounded recall by bugle once the 5th Ohio and 84th Pennsylvania were marching into battle at the Double Quick. Half of the 5th Ohio Regiment heard the recall, while the other half entered combat. The 84th Pennsylvania, meanwhile, straggled in the woods of Sandy Ridge, leaving the left flank of the 5th Ohio exposed. In front of the 5th Ohio was the remnants of the 1st Virginia Irish Battalion that had collided with Sawyer's section of the 8th Ohio. Further ahead was the West Augusta Battery, and on the extreme right was the 2nd Virginia. The 5th Ohio was hit by a heavy volley and began ferocious close-quarters fighting. The 84th Pennsylvania tried but failed to link up with the 5th Ohio. At the time of the battle, the Pennsylvania Regiment was dealing with a mutiny against its commander and was missing many junior-grade officers. The regiment proceeded forward in confusion and was subject to devastating canister fire from the West Augusta Battery and the Irish Battalion. The 2nd Virginia opened up on the 5th Ohio and the right flank of the 84th Pennsylvania. The 21st Virginia redeployed to another stone wall 500 yards southeast and attacked the left of the 84th Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvanian's commander was killed in the furious barrage trying to extricate his men, and the rest of the regiment shattered. Colonel John Patton of the 21st Virginia, and not Jackson, had been responsible for the successful maneuvers that halted the offensive from Pritchard Hill. Next, Kimball sent the 14th Indiana forward. Unfortunately, its commander was drunk, and the regiment marched forward and mistakenly fired a volley into the rear of the 5th Ohio. The Indianans were directed to the left of the 5th Ohio and went into position at the same time that the 84th Pennsylvania was disintegrating. The Indianans suffered similarly brutal fire, but managed to hold their ground. Some of their men managed to push the Irish battalion back behind the stone wall, while others charged the 21st Virginia. As this was going on, Garnett had been calmly moving up and down the ranks, surveying the situation. The Stonewall Brigade was running out of ammo and enduring serious casualties. Finally, at 6 p.m., Garnett ordered the 21st Virginia to withdraw. The remnants of the Irish Battalion withdrew as well, and the West Augusta Battery limbered up and moved out as well, losing one cannon in the process. The 14th Indiana began pursuing them. The 29th Ohio relieved the depleted 7th Ohio and 7th Indiana. A detachment of the 1st Ohio Cavalry began rounding behind the stone wall near the Glass Farm and taking Confederate prisoners. Garnett, afraid that his position was about to be enveloped, and with no word on Jackson's whereabouts, ordered a withdrawal from the stone wall. The 27th Virginia was out of ammo, and the 33rd Virginia was losing cohesion. The commanders of both these regiments were grateful that Garnett ordered a withdrawal. The isolated companies of the 4th Virginia in the Gully fought on, unaware that the withdrawal order had been given. It was now getting dark. Tyler's brigade did not immediately realize that the stone wall was being evacuated. Most of his troops were, by now, too exhausted to pursue en masse, but some soldiers did manage to fire on the retreating Confederates. Even so, the withdrawal was generally uncoordinated and chaotic. In the confusion, many Confederate soldiers were captured by the Union cavalry. The 2nd Virginia did not get the withdrawal order, and the regiment was surrounded, with between 40 to 50 men captured. Meanwhile, Jackson was probably by the Rockbridge artillery, far from the wall. Jackson only realized something was wrong after 6 p.m. when retreating troops of the 21st Virginia ran by the battery. It was here that the famous incident happened, where Jackson stopped a fleeing soldier to demand to know where he was headed. When the soldier explained that he had exhausted all of his ammunition and was headed for the rear, Jackson curtly replied, "Then go back and give them the bayonet." Amid this chaos, Jackson brought up the 5th Virginia, which had been in reserve by the Valley Pike. However, much of the regiment fell out in the sprint to get into action. Jackson ordered the few that managed to arrive into the woods south of Garnett. However, this did little to rally the 21st Virginia and others. The commander of the 5th Virginia encountered Garnett and was told that all he could do was cover the retreat. Garnett placed the 5th Virginia behind another stone wall a quarter-mile south of the original Stonewall, facing an open field. Jackson spotted the 5th Virginia arranging itself behind the wall for an ambush and assumed that Garnett had ordered the regiment to retreat. Jackson encountered Garnett and expressed his displeasure that he had chosen to withdraw, claiming that if Garnett had waited 5 more minutes, he would have received reinforcements from the 42nd and 48th Virginia. Cousins explains why Jackson's claim here was dubious or a flat-out lie. Quote, "The 42nd Virginia, then double-quicking across Pritchard's Fields under a heavy fire of artillery from the Knob, was at least 15 minutes away at the time Jackson and Garnett met. Moreover, the 48th Virginia, which was guarding the Army trains 3 miles in the rear, was at least an hour from the battlefield, as Jackson well knew, having sent Sandy Pendleton just a short time before to retrieve it." End quote. Jackson ordered the 5th Virginia forward from the wall across the open field. To their right and front at this moment were the 14th Indiana and portions of the 5th Ohio and 67th Ohio. To their left was the 110th Pennsylvania, which had rallied after the stone wall had finally been cleared of rebels. Jackson ordered Pogue's section of the Rockbridge artillery forward behind a stone fence. The 5th Virginia were only able to endure a few volleys before they broke and fled to the rear, leaving Pogue's section all alone. Pogue lost one of his 2 guns here, while McLaughlin managed to extricate the remainder of the Rockbridge artillery. The 5th Virginia rallied behind the stone wall that Garnett had originally placed them in. The 42nd Virginia arrived around this time and took position to the right of the 5th Virginia. Part of the 14th Indiana became preoccupied with Pogue's dropped cannon, while the remainder endured fire from the 42nd Virginia. Just then, the 13th Indiana, which had been far on the Union left east of Pritchard Hill, arrived on the left of the 14th Indiana. It smashed the right flank of the 42nd Virginia at around 7 p.m. and broke the rebel line, sending it fleeing. By now it was too dark to mount a full pursuit. Even so, the Union managed to capture approximately 200 prisoners. The 1st West Virginia Cavalry and 1st Michigan Cavalry joined in the pursuit, though not very aggressively or effectively. Rebel soldiers tried to make it to the Valley Pike in the darkness. Confederate cavalry were ineffective in stemming the Union cavalry's pursuit. Jackson ordered the army to encamp on the pike south of Newton, but soldiers scattered everywhere, building makeshift campfires out of fence rails wherever they could. Many rebels believed that the battle had been a total loss, with the army barely escaping complete destruction. Meanwhile, Kimball declined to pursue Jackson that night, noting that his soldiers were exhausted and unfed. Union soldiers scoured the battlefield all night, carrying wounded men back to their camp. Cousins illustrates several accounts of Union soldiers that night. I'll share one that I found particularly amusing. Ordnance Sergeant A.J. Jackson had curled up beside a sack of straw, surrounded by wounded men. After he lay down, hospital orderlies arrived to carry the wounded to a field hospital, carting off a sleeping Jackson among them. Not until a surgeon, making his rounds, shook him sharply by the shoulder did Jackson awake. "This man is dead. Try the next," he heard someone say, the next man being Jackson. Jumping to his feet, Jackson hurried away. "Hey, what's the matter with you? Come back here," called the surgeon. "Not much," answered Jackson. "You can't patch me up. I'm all right." The next day, Union forces continued to tend to the wounded alongside the civilians of Winchester. Confederate prisoners were marched north to the Winchester and Potomac Depot to be transported away. Altogether, of Jackson's force of 3,500 men present for the battle, 139 were killed or mortally wounded, 312 were wounded, 253 were captured, and 33 were missing. Casualties for the Confederates totaled 737, or 22.4% of the force engaged. On the Union side, 6,352 men had been present for battle. 118 were killed or mortally wounded, 450 were wounded, and 22 were missing. Casualties for the North totaled 574, or 8.2% of the force engaged. Although statistically the battle was a clear loss for Jackson, it seriously disturbed Northern commanders. Some captured Confederate officers told Union interrogators that Jackson was about to receive 30,000 reinforcements. General Banks returned to Winchester from Harper's Ferry, and General McClellan, about to embark for the James Peninsula, ordered Banks to attack Jackson beyond Strasburg with infantry and beyond Mount Jackson with cavalry if possible. The hunt for Jackson was on. It was March 24th, the day after the Battle of Kernstown. At first light, Kimball set off with the infantry down the Valley Pike, arriving at Middletown by midday. At 1:30 p.m., they came across Ashby's cavalry with Chew's battery on the outskirts of Middletown. Ashby was forced up the pike to Cedar Creek. On the hills overlooking Cedar Creek, the 2nd and 5th Virginia formed into line. They began receiving Union artillery fire. At 2:30 p.m., Kimball was prepared to cross the creek and fall upon the rear of Jackson's train. Jackson was planning to go to Narrow Passage Creek, south of Woodstock, to fight a battle there. Just then, Banks arrived and countermanded Kimball's order to cross, preferring to wait for reinforcements. For 3 days, Banks waited at Cedar Creek. On March 26th, Banks finally began moving south. Union cavalry reached Tom's Brook, 6 miles north of Woodstock. The Union infantry, however, was only allowed to advance a few miles south of Strasburg. Banks was certain that Longstreet was going to reinforce Jackson. McClellan dismissed that notion and told Banks to continue advancing on Jackson. But Banks refused. He thought Jackson might be heading to Richmond via Stanton, Virginia. 3 days later, McClellan again demanded that Banks find out where Jackson was and drive him from the valley. Banks again continued to do nothing and remained at Tom's Brook. While Banks dithered, Jackson moved his army from Woodstock to Mount Jackson. During the last week of March, Jackson supported Ashby's advanced position by cycling troops between himself and Woodstock where Ashby's troopers were. While he waited to see if Banks did anything, he charged Jedediah Hotchkiss to draw up an accurate map of the valley between Harper's Ferry and Lexington. On April 1st, Jackson relieved Garnett of command for his actions at Kernstown and placed him under arrest. Jackson sent him to Harrisonburg under guard. He was sure that Garnett's order to withdraw had cost him a victory. For the troops of the Stonewall Brigade, however, they were aghast at Jackson's actions. No officer in the brigade agreed to testify against Garnett. Jackson replaced Garnett with Brigadier General Charles S. Winder. The same day as Garnett was relieved of command, McClellan himself departed for the Virginia Peninsula. 2 days later, Lincoln, irritated that McClellan had not left an adequate garrison to defend Washington, detached Irvin McDowell's corps of 32,000 men at Fredericksburg from McClellan's command and into a separate department of the Rappahannock. Lincoln also detached Banks's army to an independent department of the Shenandoah. Going back a few weeks to March 11th, Lincoln had appointed John C. Fremont to command the Mountain Department, replacing William Rosecrans. Lincoln wanted Fremont to advance from western Virginia to Knoxville in eastern Tennessee. Fremont was headquartered at Wheeling, Virginia, with around 22,000 troops scattered through the region. Fremont requested an additional 10,000 to 20,000 troops. Secretary of War Stanton detached Brigadier General Louis Blenker's division from the Army of the Potomac to join up with Fremont, but Lincoln allowed McClellan to modify the transfer, moving Blenker's division to join with Banks instead, for as long as Banks could use it before eventually joining up with Fremont. Finally, on April 1st, Banks crossed Tom's Brook. Ashby challenged the advance where he could, but did little damage. The town of Woodstock was caught in the fighting and suffered artillery damage. At Narrow Passage Creek, Ashby was driven back again. As he withdrew, he burned bridges and laid obstacles across the pike to impede movement. By the end of the day, Union forces reached Edinburgh, with Ashby and Chew on the far side of Stony Creek. Both sides reinforced their positions on opposite sides of the creek the following day, with Jackson sending the Stonewall Brigade to the creek to oppose any Union crossing attempt, while the main Confederate army withdrew to Rude's Hill between Mount Jackson and Newmarket. There, Jackson rested his men and wrote Richmond optimistically. The Confederate Congress publicly thanked Jackson for his service on April 8th. In mid-April, the Confederate Conscription Act passed, and the militia were impressed into regular service. Some militiamen refused and deserted into the hills. At Swift Run Gap, 200 militiamen fortified themselves, intending to fight the draft. Jackson crushed the mutiny, and the rebellious militiamen were arrested and forcibly inducted into regular service. As April went on, Jackson's force doubled in size to over 6,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Union armies endured ardors of their own. On April 4th, Banks reported that his cavalry, comprised of 531 troopers, was barely fit for service. He also reported that he had inadequate rations and forage to continue the offensive. Heavy rains that month had wrecked the Winchester railway bed, and Shields' division did not have enough wagons to use. Many of Banks's troops were barefoot, with the garbage-quality shoes that they had been issued having fallen apart on the march from Kernstown. On April 6th, Blenker's division departed Warrenton en route to the valley. No word had been heard from them after that for several days afterwards. Worried, Secretary Stanton ordered Rosecrans, who was in Washington awaiting his next command, to go and find them on April 12th. 3 days later, Rosecrans found the division near Paris, Virginia, stuck on the east bank of the Shenandoah, unable to cross the rain-swollen river. Rosecrans reported their extremely poor state. They had not been paid in months, they lacked tents, shelter, and basic equipment, and they were clad in inferior quality uniforms. Secretary Stanton apologized for their hardships and had Rosecrans lead them directly to Fremont. Finally, on April 16th, Banks reported that he was ready to move on Jackson. His plan was to march on Newmarket. Colonel Samuel Carroll of the 8th Ohio would lead a force of 1,000 troops over the Middle Road, which ran parallel to the Valley Pike a few miles to the west, in order to get around Ashby's pickets. He would then wheel around Ashby. Meanwhile, Shields would march quickly up the pike with Williams in reserve. Carroll and Shields would meet at Mount Jackson and destroy the Confederates. Carroll set off that day at 6 p.m. but made very slow progress. By dawn, his force was still 8 miles from Mount Jackson. Shields set off at 3 a.m. on the 17th, crossing Stony Creek unopposed. By 7 a.m., he entered Mount Jackson. The Confederates were gone, having retreated further south. Ashby's troopers attempted to set fire to the covered bridge over the North Fork Shenandoah River, but quick Union thinking saved the bridge, and Ashby was nearly captured. Shields' force arrayed for battle on Meem's Bottom, a low floodplain just north of Rude's Hill. Carroll still had not arrived, so Banks sent Colonel Samuel Dunning's brigade of Shields' division and Gordon's brigade of Williams' division to flank Jackson via the Middle Road and get between the Confederate general and Newmarket. The rest of Banks' force on Meem's Bottom struggled through the mud at the foot of Rude's Hill, expecting an attack from Jackson. However, no attack came. When the Union vanguard reached the top of the hill, Jackson and his army were gone. By that night, Banks' army reached Newmarket. Banks himself was in good spirits, reporting to Stanton about the day's events. Another officer, noticing Banks' enthusiasm, recorded, quote, "My own opinion is that the movement was all nonsense and pretty expensive silliness for us. Here we are, 80 miles from our supplies, all our wagons on the road, our tents and baggage behind, our rations precarious, and following a mirage into the desert." As it turns out, this officer was correct. Jackson was fully prepared to concede the entire valley as far as the North River if necessary to keep the Federals away from the peninsula. He also needed to remain in communication with Confederate Divisional Commander Richard S. Ewell, who was at Brandy Station with 8,500 men in case the two forces needed to link up. President Jefferson Davis's new military advisor, General Robert E. Lee, recently appointed to the position, insisted that Ewell and Jackson's commands remain mobile in case he needed them at Richmond. Johnston gave Jackson the authority to call on Ewell in case he needed reinforcements. Ewell suggested to Jackson that they unite and attack Blenker's division as it was struggling east of the Blue Ridge, but Jackson ignored the request and ordered Ewell to be ready to move to Swift Run Gap in case he needed him. By the 17th, Jackson's army was outside of Harrisonburg, and the following day, Jackson encamped at Peel's Crossroads, 5 miles south of the city. The next day, the army resumed marching, passing south of the Massanutten Mountain, crossing the South Fork of the Shenandoah at Conrad's Store, modern-day Elkton, Virginia, and encamping in the Elk Run Valley at the foot of Swift Run Gap. Jackson's withdrawal had caused a minor panic in Stanton, Virginia, with many civilians fleeing south to rumors that the Union Army's arrival was imminent. Jackson ordered Ewell to march to Gordonsville, and Ewell complied, arriving by nightfall of the 21st. General Lee advised Ewell to possibly remain closer to Fredericksburg in order to deter a Federal buildup near Falmouth and Aquia from threatening Richmond from the north. Jackson wrote to Lee on the 23rd that he intended to attack Banks in the rear and that he would prefer if Ewell remained close. Lee, knowing he was too far from the front to know the best course of action, declined to mandate anything. On the 25th, Banks finally arrived in Harrisonburg. Residents were generally treated kindly, with Captain Irwin Bowen of the 28th New York Infantry as Provost Marshal, ensuring security and showing compassion to the populace. On the 27th, Jackson ordered Ewell to march to Stanardsville on the east end of the Swift Run Gap. In accordance with the Confederate Conscription Act, much of Jackson's force was reorganized. William T. Pogue took over McLaughlin's battery. William Tolliver, who had bitterly opposed Jackson the previous winter, returned and replaced Fulkerson. Jackson was irritated but could do nothing about the assignment. Colonel John Campbell of the 48th Virginia replaced Colonel Jesse Burks as commander of the 2nd Brigade. Ashby's cavalry, in the meantime, had shown their lack of discipline. Jackson had ordered Jedediah Hotchkiss to burn bridges over the South Fork, but the troopers assigned to the task were so drunk that they fled when they came across Union cavalry. 2 of the 3 bridges that Jackson wanted destroyed were left intact and were now in Federal hands. Jackson assigned 10 of Ashby's cavalry companies to Tolliver and the remaining 11 to Winder. Ashby would have no troops explicitly assigned to him and would only command the advance or rear guard when the army was advancing or retreating, and would have to ask Tolliver or Winder for cavalrymen to spare. Ashby tendered his resignation, but after some negotiations among senior officers, Jackson restored Ashby's former command structure after Ashby promised to instill discipline in his men. On April 29th, Jackson wrote Lee with 3 proposals he had. The first was to leave Ewell at Swift Run Gap to check any move by Banks and quickly join up with General Edward Allegheny Johnson, who was at Westview, Virginia, for a rapid attack on General Edward Milroy's force of the Mountain Department. The second was to join with Ewell and attack Sullivan's brigade at Columbia Bridge, then attack Banks at Newmarket. The third was to join with Ewell and march down the South Fork to Sperryville and feign an attack on Winchester, inducing Banks to withdraw down the valley. Jackson had 8,000 men at Swift Run Gap, with Ewell commanding another 8,000. Johnson, encamped at Westview, had another 3,600 men. Altogether, Jackson could call on 19,000 troops. This was equal to what Banks had. However, the Federals could also call on Milroy, who had advanced from Monterey to McDowell, Virginia, on April 27th with 3,000 men. Brigadier General Robert C. Schenck was at Franklin with another 3,000 troops. Fremont was preparing to join Milroy and Schenck into a single column of 15,000 troops. If Fremont joined with Banks, they would be marshaling 34,000 total Union troops. For the moment, Banks was certain that he was safe where he was. However, Lincoln and Secretary Stanton were worried about how far Banks had advanced up the valley. On the 30th, Banks assured the Secretary that Jackson had left the valley and that he had no reason to penetrate any further. Secretary Stanton advised that Shields' division might need to be detached for service in the Rappahannock Department. Banks replied that he had no problem with that. However, Shields was nervous about this and proposed that the 5th Corps also be reassigned east of the Blue Ridge. Banks began regrouping all of his remote detachments back to Harrisonburg and Newmarket. He believed that a small garrison at Strasburg would be sufficient to hold the valley. But Jackson had not fled. On the contrary, with General Lee leaving the final decision on the three proposals to Jackson, he decided to join Johnson for an attack on Milroy. Jackson's force departed for Port Republic on the 30th. He ordered Ashby to feint toward Harrisonburg and sent Hotchkiss up to Peaked Mountain, the southern tip of Massanutten Mountain, to report via signals on Banks's position. He ordered Ewell to move his force across Swift Run Gap and occupy the ground that Jackson's force had previously been encamped on. His plan was to march over Brown's Gap from Port Republic to Meacham Station near modern-day Crozet, Virginia. From there he would board trains to Stanton, Virginia. Rainfall on the 30th made progress slow, and the infantry only managed to advance 5 miles that day. On May 1st, they made it to the outskirts of Port Republic, with the artillery and supply train straggling far in the rear. The same day, Sullivan's brigade at Columbia Bridge reported enemy movement to Banks. At the same time, Lincoln ordered Banks to withdraw to Strasburg. The next day, May 2nd, Jackson's force arrived near Brown's Gap. General Alpheus Williams guessed that Jackson was trying to link up with Johnson and that Ewell had entered the valley. Banks agreed. Meanwhile, the War Department ordered Shields to join Irvin McDowell, currently positioned near Fredericksburg. On May 3rd, the weather improved, and Jackson's army began crossing Brown's Gap, reaching Meacham Station by nightfall. The following day, with orders to withdraw, but reports of enemy movement, Banks expressed his worries about falling back and splitting his force up to Congressman Schuyler Colfax in a letter. Banks thought the Confederates would reoccupy the abandoned territory and that it would be construed as a retreat in the public's mind. Jackson's army began boarding trains for the journey to Westview. By May 7th, Jackson and Johnson were united and began marching toward McDowell, Virginia. The rebel vanguard under Johnson came across pickets of the 1st West Virginia Cavalry and the 32nd Ohio Infantry at the foot of Shenandoah Mountain. The Federals panicked and fled up the mountain, leaving all their supplies in camp. Jackson ordered the Confederate forces to flank the enemy on either side via trails. However, by the time the Confederates reached the summit, the Union soldiers were gone. Johnson continued toward Shaw's Ridge, the next rise between them and McDowell, Virginia. Milroy had decided to make a stand, however, and deployed the 75th Ohio Infantry and the 9th Ohio Battery. The battery fired a few shots and forced the Confederates back over Shenandoah Mountain. Milroy then sent out the 73rd Ohio Infantry and 3rd West Virginia Infantry to reinforce the 32nd Ohio. However, the Confederates redeployed toward Milroy's left flank, and Milroy withdrew to McDowell that night. Johnson encamped at the base of Shaw's Ridge on Shaw's Fork. The Stonewall Brigade encamped at Buffalo Gap. The next day, Milroy deployed pickets from the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry to Sitlington's Hill. He also sent a squad of the 1st West Virginia to the Bull Run Pasture Mountain Gap. At 10 a.m., Schenck arrived with 1,500 infantry, an artillery battery, and a cavalry squad. Milroy wanted to attack, but Schenck disagreed. At 10:30 a.m., the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry on Sitlington's Hill spotted Confederate artillery coming through the Bull Pasture Mountain Gap.
Milroy sent the 82nd Ohio Infantry to deploy on the eastern slope of Cedar Knob along with a section of the 12th Ohio Battery. Jackson, Johnson, and their staff appeared on the crest of Sintlington's Hill. Jackson saw 8 Union regiments just west of town. Milroy sent out 2 more companies of the 73rd Ohio, 2 companies of the 32nd Ohio, and 1 company of the 3rd West Virginia to Sintlington's Hill. Jackson was unconcerned and did not anticipate a battle that day. His plan was to flank around the Union right and set up batteries to begin shelling the enemy by 3 a.m. Johnson called up Colonel W.C. Scott's brigade to occupy Sintlington's Hill. Skirmishers began clashing on the hill. The 52nd Virginia, which was escorting Jackson, fought with Company G of the 75th Ohio and moved south, deploying on the Confederate left. Colonel Scott placed the 44th Virginia Infantry to the right of the 52nd Virginia. By this time, Johnson arrived and took direct command of the Confederates. Next, the 58th Virginia formed on the north of the hill with its right on the pike. Shelling continued from the 12th Ohio Battery section on Cedar Knob. The 12th Georgia Infantry followed next, deploying in a ravine on the hill to support the 44th and 58th Virginia regiments. Jackson was not expecting a Union attack. However, at 4:30 p.m., Milroy advanced up the hill with 5 regiments, totaling about 2,400 men. The 25th Ohio under Lieutenant Colonel W.P. Richardson and the 75th Ohio under Colonel Nathaniel C. McLeod advanced against the Confederate center. The 32nd Ohio and 82nd Ohio were ordered to support with an attack on the Confederate right and rear. The 3rd West Virginia Infantry was sent up the pike. General Milroy, meanwhile, watched from Cedar Knob. Although Milroy was optimistic, McLeod, en route to directly engage the enemy, had a much more grim view. In his words, quote, "The enemy were in position on the top of the mountain, entirely screened from our view, and the conformation of the ridge permitted them to deliver their fire with only the exposure of a small portion of their bodies, and in reloading they were entirely protected from our fire by the crest of the hill. The side of the mountain up which I was compelled to make the attack was entirely destitute of protection, either from trees or rocks, and so steep that the men were at times compelled to march either to one side or the other in order to make the assault." The 12th Georgia was sent forward of the main line. The terrain forced them into an inverted V. The 25th and 75th Ohio, under McLeod's overall command, engaged the 12th Georgia. Captain James G. Rogers of the Georgians later noted of the combat, quote, "Next to fall was W.S.C. Rogers. He had nobly done his work, and being much exhausted he was lying on his side. I had just shot his gun for him and handed it back to be reloaded when he exclaimed, 'Oh, Captain, I am shot and dying.' I at once examined him and saw a hole in his coat between the neck and shoulder blade. I told him that perhaps he was only slightly wounded. My attention was drawn off for about 10 minutes, and when I again turned to examine him, he was in the last agonies of death." Johnson then ordered the 44th Virginia back to rest and moved the 58th Virginia to the right of the 52nd Virginia. The 31st and 25th Virginia went into line on the right where the 58th Virginia was. The 32nd and 82nd Ohio attacked the Confederate right and collided with the 25th Virginia. The 44th Virginia advanced into the gap between the 58th and 25th Virginia without being ordered and engaged the 32nd and 82nd Ohio. Meanwhile, the 25th and 75th Ohio continued the fight against the 12th Georgia and the left companies of the 44th Virginia. Next, the 3rd West Virginia engaged the skirmishers of the 31st Virginia on the pike. Jackson ordered the 10th Virginia of Taliaferro's brigade to form in reserve of the 58th Virginia on the left. He also relieved the 25th Virginia with the 23rd and 37th Virginia. Next, the 12th Georgia withdrew from its exposed forward position, and the 48th Virginia of Campbell's brigade took their place, holding their ground tentatively against attacks by the 32nd Ohio until nightfall. After 7 p.m., the 3rd West Virginia left the pike and joined the 82nd Ohio in an attack on the Confederate right. These attacks failed. At 10 p.m., Milroy signaled the withdrawal from Sitlington's Hill and conferred with his subordinate commanders, deciding to retreat to Franklin. The Union actually fared much better than the Confederacy in this battle, and it stands as a rarity in which an attacking force suffered fewer losses than the defenders. Altogether, the Union lost 26 men killed, 230 wounded, and 3 missing for a total of 259 casualties. The Confederates lost 146 killed, 382 wounded, and 4 missing for a total of 532 casualties. There are a few possible reasons for these disparate results. The Federals were firing rifled Enfield muskets, while many of the rebels had smoothbore guns. The rebels were firing downhill and tended to overshoot, while the Federals were firing uphill against troops that silhouetted themselves when they rose to fire. The Confederates, facing west, were firing into a sunset. Also, the rebels did not bring up any artillery during the battle. At 12:30 a.m. on May 9th, the Union retreat began. Jackson began a pursuit that afternoon. Schenck halted on a ridge above the road to Franklin in case Jackson tried to attack. He did not, and the Union continued on to Franklin, arriving 2 days later on the 11th. Schenck set fires on both sides of the road to impede Jackson and deployed troops on the ridges overlooking the road. Jackson, on the outskirts of Franklin, withdrew to McDowell in the morning of the 13th. His plan was to unite with Ewell for an attack on Banks, who might be falling back to Winchester. Lee and Johnston approved of this, and Johnston allowed Ewell to call on Brigadier General Lawrence O'Brien Branch's brigade in Gordonsville if necessary. Meanwhile, Ashby's cavalry had been screening the valley south of Harrisonburg, limiting Banks's knowledge of Jackson's whereabouts. In early May, Banks suspected that Jackson and Johnson had united against Milroy, but had orders to evacuate the valley to Strasburg. On May 12th, Shields' division detached from Banks at Newmarket to join Irvin McDowell via the New Market Gap, north through the Luray Valley to Front Royal, and from there through the Manassas Gap toward Catlet Station, modern-day Catlet, Virginia. Banks set off for Strasburg the same day, arriving on the 13th. Cozens writes about the discontent within Banks's army at the withdrawal order, including among many of the top commanders who had initially supported the move. On the 16th, Secretary Stanton ordered Banks to send 2 regiments to Front Royal. The next day, the 17th, Banks complied, sending the large 1st Maryland Infantry, almost 1,000 men, but warned Secretary Stanton that Strasburg was now indefensible with his diminished force. With the departure of the 1st Maryland, Banks had 4,476 infantry, 1,600 cavalry, 16 guns, 10 Parrots and 6 smoothbores, at Strasburg, plus 5 companies of the 1st Maine Cavalry patrolling the countryside, and 2 companies watching the Manassas Gap Railroad from Strasburg to Buckton. With McClellan's enormous army approaching Richmond, most Union soldiers thought the war would soon be over. However, Banks was not among them. He was very troubled by reports from deserters placing Ewell at Swift Run Gap, but receiving no word on Jackson's location. Banks warned the War Department that Jackson was still a threat. The same day, Johnston sent Ewell a message that Jackson was returning to the valley and that Ewell should unite with him and attack Banks if possible. The same day, Shields' division left the valley for Catlet Station, modern-day Catlet, Virginia. Ewell decided to move his force east from Conrad's Store to the crest of the Blue Ridge in case he needed to advance on Fredericksburg per his orders if Banks left the valley. The next day, the 18th, Ewell himself joined Jackson at Mossy Creek, about 3.5 miles southwest of Bridgewater. There they planned the next steps of the Valley Campaign. Although Ewell is under Jackson's authority in the valley, he must still answer to Johnston's directives. Johnston had ordered that if Banks leaves for Fredericksburg, Ewell and Jackson should leave for Richmond. Now that Shields had left the valley for Fredericksburg, but Banks had remained in the valley, there was some confusion. Jackson's plan was this. They will first concentrate their forces between Newmarket and Mount Jackson. Jackson will march north up the Valley Pike, while Ewell marches his forces up the Page Valley, with Branch's brigade to follow. Ewell will then cross the Massanutten Mountains at Newmarket Gap to unite with Jackson. Once united, the whole force will attack Banks at Strasburg. On May 19th, Jackson began marching his troops to Harrisonburg. Ewell ordered Branch to march to Madison Courthouse, modern-day Madison, Virginia. He then moved off the Blue Ridge and entered the Page Valley, stopping at Columbia Bridge. Jackson, delayed by the North River at Bridgewater, where Ashby burned the bridge to prevent Banks from crossing, only makes it to between Bridgewater and Dayton by nightfall. The next day, Johnston ordered Branch to march to Hanover Junction, modern-day Doswell, Virginia. He also ordered Ewell to return to Richmond or to the covering force near Fredericksburg and tells Ewell to deliver the order to Jackson. Johnston was against attacking Banks. Ewell crosses the Columbia Bridge, and the lead elements of his command reach Newmarket by nightfall. Ewell himself rides on and meets Jackson at 10th Legion and tells him that Johnston has ordered him east. Jackson, believing that an attack in the valley would be more conducive to relieving pressure on Richmond, sends a courier to Staunton, Virginia, to telegraph General Lee asking for his intervention. Meanwhile, Jackson asks Ewell to ignore the order until Lee replies. That night, a reply comes back from Johnston to an earlier inquiry that Ewell had made. In it, Johnston relents, allowing Ewell to join Jackson in an attack on Banks, so long as it's not too late to do so. Johnston reminds Ewell that the most important point is to prevent Banks joining with Irvin McDowell. The following day, the 21st, Jackson and Ewell learn of a small Union garrison at Front Royal. They formulate a new plan to cross back into the Page Valley, attack Front Royal, and sever Banks's lines of communications. This would force Banks to withdraw to the Potomac and prevent having to assault an army behind the fortifications of Strasburg. At this time, Strasburg had become a major supply depot, but the earthworks were actually much weaker than Jackson believed. The army begins marching from New Market to Luray. The next day, Jackson and Ewell marched to within 12 miles of Front Royal, near the modern-day village of Overall, Virginia. The next day, Jackson would attack. It's May 23rd. Jackson sends the cavalry across to the west bank of the South Fork, and they begin advancing north. At the Strasburg Front Royal Road, they divide into two groups. Ashby leads one section to Buckton Station, while the other moves further west and begins cutting telegraph wires and wrecking the railroad within a half mile of the North Fork Bridge before returning east to rejoin the infantry. Meanwhile, Jackson halts 2 miles south of Front Royal and selects the 1st Maryland Confederate Regiment to lead the advance on the town. At 2 p.m., the advance toward the city begins with the 1st Maryland in front, followed by the Louisiana Tigers Battalion and the rest of Richard Taylor's Louisiana Brigade. The infantry quickly routs the Union pickets outside of town and enters the town, capturing soldiers, killing others, and dispersing the rest further north. Colonel John Reese Kenly, commander of the 1st Maryland Union Infantry, assembles his regiment on Richardson's Hill. At the same time, a section of Captain Joseph Knapp's Pennsylvania artillery deployed just west of the Winchester Pike. The Union artillery bombs the ground south of Richardson's Hill. Kenly has 773 men available and hopes to be able to hold out for reinforcements from Strasburg. Companies G and B of the 29th Pennsylvania that were guarding the railroad between the branches of the Shenandoah deployed to cover the bridges. At 4 p.m., 2 companies of the 5th New York Cavalry, sent from Strasburg that morning and commanded by Major Philip G. Vaught, charged the pickets of the 1st Maryland Confederates, beginning to cross the vale between the town and the hill, driving them back, then deploy alongside Kenly on Richardson's Hill. Jackson and Ewell begin to surround the hill, with the 6th Louisiana Infantry deploying on the right, and the rest of the Louisiana Brigade left of the 6th advancing up the railroad, the 1st Maryland and Louisiana Tigers intermingled in the center, and Isaac Trimble's brigade maneuvering forward on the left west of town. Kenly was still determined to hold his position, but news of Confederate cavalry approaching from the west down the Manassas Gap Railroad in his rear convinced him to retreat at 4:30 p.m. This cavalry was the 2nd and 6th Virginia Cavalry Regiments, commanded by Colonel Thomas Flournoy. However, Flournoy opted to halt in anticipation of an infantry action and did not press his advantage. Kenly's men crossed the bridges over both branches of the Shenandoah in good order, but the 29th Pennsylvania and 5th New York Cavalry failed to burn them in the face of approaching Confederate troops. It's been suggested that Kenly's force might have been trapped if the Louisiana Tigers had not resorted to looting the abandoned Union Army camp instead. Many Confederate soldiers expressed disgust at the lack of discipline of the Louisianans. On the northern bank of the North Branch, Kenly formed a new defensive line, anchoring artillery on Guard Hill and deploying infantry on an adjacent ridge. He began bombarding Confederates, temporarily delaying any advance. However, by 6 p.m., the Union was in serious danger again. Flournoy's cavalry had found 2 fords on the North Branch just west of Guard Hill and were preparing to cross. Simultaneously, the 8th Louisiana Infantry were crossing the smoldering but intact span of the railroad bridge over the South Fork despite furious Union artillery and infantry fire. Seeing that his position is untenable, Kenly orders another withdrawal down the Front Royal Road towards Cedarville, 2 miles further north. Meanwhile, Jackson orders Flournoy to capture the 2 Union artillery pieces and Flournoy charges down the Front Royal Road, deploying his troopers across a broad front on both sides of the road. At Cedarville, Kenly hopes to make a last stand and hold out at least until after sunset, but seeing cavalry charging on his left, he realizes his position is hopeless. Hoping to delay the Confederates for just a few minutes more, Kenly orders Major Vaught of the 5th New York Cavalry to charge one last time while he deploys his 2 guns on either sides of the road. However, instead of obeying orders, Vaught panics and orders his cavalrymen to flee. Vaught himself hides in a nearby thicket until nightfall. Flournoy's troopers face down the crumbling Union force on the property of Thomas Mackay, surrounding and capturing most of them. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Parham, commander of the 29th Pennsylvania, managed to bluff his way out of Confederate captivity, but most servicemen were not so lucky. Cozens describes the capture of David Muat from Company G of the 29th. He was captured in a wheat field alongside his sergeant. A rebel cavalryman found them, exclaiming, "Here's 2 of the sons of bitches! Surrender, you damned Yankee!" Sergeant White jumped up and said, "I surrender. I'm a sergeant. Here's my sword." When Muat stood up, the rebel demanded, "Where's your gun?" Muat explained that he had lost it. "What regiment do you belong to?" "The 29th Pennsylvania," answered Muat. "Damn you! It's a good thing you do not belong to the 28th Pennsylvania. I am going to kill every son of a bitch that I come across of them fellows. They stole all my old woman's pigs." "I'm glad I don't belong to them. Oh no, I belong to the 29th. "Partner, give us a drink." "Drink hell! Get back to the rear," the rebel snarled. He leveled his revolver and yelled, "Quicker!" and Muat and White moved into captivity as fast as their exhaustion would allow. Meanwhile, Colonel Kenly went down with a saber blow to the head and a grazing pistol wound as he was engaged in hand-to-hand fighting with the Confederates. The wounds were not fatal, and Kenly received good care in Confederate captivity, although a rumor spread among the Union troops after the battle that he'd been executed in cold blood. While all this had been happening between Front Royal and Cedarville, Turner Ashby had led an advance on Buckton Station. The railroad grade there was high enough to provide an excellent makeshift breastwork, and the station depot, constructed out of brick, was a good fortification. Additionally, with the North Branch just behind the station, no enemy force could sneak up behind. South of the station was open ground, all necessitating that Ashby would have to make a frontal assault to take it. At 2 p.m., 300 of Ashby's cavalrymen emerged from a distant timberline and charged the depot. However, the Union force, comprised of companies from Wisconsin and Indiana regiments, were ready and well disciplined. They fired a furious volley at close range that killed several troopers and sent the rest back to the woods in a daze. A second charge was similarly repulsed. Ashby, seeing the situation here as pointless, withdrew his troops toward Front Royal. The detachment that Ashby had sent earlier in the day to cut telegraph wires and wreck the railroad near Strasburg were successful and soon rejoined Ashby. The Confederate victory at Front Royal was now complete. The rebels lost 36 killed and wounded, while the Federals lost 773, of which 691 were taken prisoner. Both of Kenly's Parrott guns were captured, as well as the Union supply stores in camp. Most importantly, Banks's left flank had been destroyed, and the road to Winchester was open. Banks had received periodic and confused reports of the attack beginning at 4 p.m. in Strasburg. There were reports that Kenly had retreated across the river, that the 1st Maryland Union Infantry had been completely destroyed, that the outpost at Buckton Station had come under cavalry attack. By 10 p.m., a telegraph was received from Winchester, which was now receiving the shattered remains of teamsters and cavalrymen, confirming the reports that Front Royal had fallen, and adding that 15,000 to 20,000 Confederates were marching on Strasburg. Banks therefore decided to begin withdrawing from the town, sending the baggage train ahead up the Valley Pike. In the confusion of the night, the consensus at Banks's headquarters was that Ewell was in Front Royal and Jackson was marching north on the Valley Pike, trying to trap Banks at Strasburg. At 1 a.m., Banks ordered Donnelly's brigade to march forward ahead of the baggage train to Middletown. Banks saw three options available. First was to march across Little North Mountain to the Potomac. Second was to attack Ewell on the Front Royal Road. Third was to fall back on Winchester ahead of the enemy. The first two options were quickly concluded to be disastrous. Thus, Banks decided to retreat to Winchester. He telegraphed the War Department and Harper's Ferry for reinforcements, but for the moment he would be on his own. By daybreak on the 24th, the army at Strasburg was ready to march. Banks ordered a reconnaissance down the Valley Pike to scout for Jackson, and also ordered a reconnaissance of the Chapel Road between Middletown and Cedarville. Nothing was found down the valley. However, the reconnaissance down Chapel Road advanced 3 miles and encountered carbine fire, fleeing back to Middletown. Frustrated, Union commanders ordered a second reconnaissance to be performed down Chapel Road in order to get more information. Without waiting for word of this reconnaissance, the army began its movement north. Meanwhile, Jackson's men re-equipped with captured Union weapons and stores. Jackson sent a large reconnaissance force of the 2nd and 6th Virginia Cavalry north on the Front Royal Road at daybreak. When they advanced 3 miles north of Nineveh, they were instructed to cross country west to Newton, modern-day Stevens City, on the Valley Pike. There they could delay Banks if he were still south of Newton until Jackson arrived, or inform Jackson of his whereabouts. Brigadier General George Stewart, commander of the 1st Maryland Infantry, took command of the reconnaissance force. Jackson's army was widely spread out between Cedarville all the way to Tolliver's brigade, trailing 4 miles south of Front Royal. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that the entire force was across the forks of the Shenandoah. Meanwhile, Stewart's reconnaissance force arrived at Newton and saw the entire Valley Pike full of wagons. Without waiting for his entire force to concentrate, Stewart attacked the wagons, capturing a few walking wounded Union soldiers and scattering the drivers. With the wagons abandoned, Stewart had a unique and fleeting opportunity to annihilate at least a portion of Banks's army as a fighting force by burning all the wagons. With the Valley Pike impassable with the burning baggage train, the infantry would be forced to disperse across the countryside and Winchester would be defenseless. Instead, Stewart left the wagons abandoned but intact and rode to Middletown with his troopers. News of the cavalry attack at Newton stunned and horrified Union officers just north of Strasburg. Banks prepared to destroy the bridge over Cedar Creek. Still believing that Jackson was closing in from the south, Banks prepared for a final stand. Further north, however, the master teamster calmed the panic and turned the fleeing drivers around. At Middletown, the 46th Pennsylvania Infantry deployed as skirmishers with a section of Battery F 4th U.S. Artillery in support and began marching north. The 28th New York and 5th Connecticut Infantry regiments formed behind them. Ahead, 3 companies of the 1st Michigan Cavalry, which had ridden forward upon first hearing of Stewart's attack, were falling back, having fought a delaying action all the way south to within a mile of Middletown. It was the 1st Michigan Cavalrymen who finally brought news to Banks that Ewell's army was not between him and Winchester, and the terror of the Union commanders began to pass. The 46th Pennsylvania advanced against Stewart's cavalry and dispersed them back to the north. With the wagons remanned by the teamsters, the entire army resumed its retreat to Winchester. By 11 a.m., Jackson heard the reports of Stewart's engagement and the wagon train on the Valley Pike. Realizing that Banks was retreating from Strasburg, Jackson decided to split his army. He ordered Ewell to halt at Nineveh and return to Cedarville. He would take Taylor's Louisiana Brigade and advance down Chapel Road to split the Union column at Middletown. Winder's, Campbell's, and Fulkerson's brigades would follow in support. He sent Jedediah Hotchkiss with a small cavalry detachment down Chapel Road to scout ahead of the infantry. Only a mile and a half down the road, Hotchkiss ran into the 2nd Union Reconnaissance Force, comprised of companies of the 1st Maine Cavalry and 1st Vermont Cavalry. These units forced Hotchkiss back. Jackson ordered the 8th Louisiana to reinforce Hotchkiss's force and sent him forward again. This time Hotchkiss drove the Union back to Providence Church, modern-day Reliance, Virginia. Hotchkiss waited for reinforcements, and Jackson quickly sent Ashby's available cavalry and several artillery guns. These compelled the Union to withdraw again, but they did so deliberately and in good order, delaying Jackson for 2 hours and allowing Banks's train to continue north. At 2:30 p.m., the Union cavalry arrived at Middletown to news that the army train had passed and decided to wait for the rear guard coming up from Strasburg. This force was comprised of the 5th New York Cavalry and the remaining companies of the 1st Vermont. They deployed around Middletown awaiting Ashby. However, Ashby emerged north of town and began deploying artillery pieces to bombard the Union positions in town. A large section of the 8th Louisiana also deployed behind a stone wall along the pike north of town. The cavalrymen assembled into a column under artillery fire and decided to charge down the pike at full speed. Unfortunately for them, both the artillery fire and the 8th Louisiana's rifle fire from behind the wall annihilated much of the cavalry. 3 companies of the 1st Maine Cavalry lost 119 men and many more horses. Jackson, who was watching the scene nearby, noted, quote, "In a few moments the turnpike, which had just before teemed with life, presented a most appalling spectacle of carnage and destruction. The road was literally obstructed with the mingled and confused mass of struggling and dying horses and riders." The surviving Union cavalrymen split up. A portion survived the gauntlet and continued north down the Valley Pike. Others turned back to Middletown and fled west until they reached the middle road to take them back to Winchester. The cavalrymen who fled down the pike soon arrived at the rear of the baggage train, followed by Ashby's guns, who fired into the wagons, terrifying the teamsters once more into a panic. It was now 4 p.m. Despite the success of Ashby and Hotchkiss's reconnaissance, Jackson still did not know where the Federal infantry was. At first, Jackson correctly guessed that Banks's army was north of Middletown, withdrawing down the pike to Winchester. He drafted an order to Ewell to resume his march on Winchester. Just as it had left by courier, a surprise skirmish began south of Middletown by the very last soldiers left in Strasburg, a depot guard left to destroy anything of value left behind. This guard, numbering just over 100 men, hid behind a stone wall adjacent to the pike east of the Bell Grove plantation and fired a volley into the 9th Louisiana Infantry which had just arrived. After a few more volleys, the depot guard withdrew across Bell Grove to the west in good order. There, on a ridge, they met up with the cavalrymen of the 1st Vermont Cavalry and 5th New York Cavalry, who had fled from the ferocious gauntlet on the Valley Pike earlier, as well as Battery F of the Pennsylvania Light Artillery. This very small action by the depot guard convinced Jackson to send a second order to Ewell to halt his advance again. He also decided to move south to Strasburg instead, anticipating that more Federals had been cut off. the Louisiana Brigade began forming into line of battle against the detached Union force west of Belle Grove. After a brief shelling by Union guns, the Federals withdrew across Cedar Creek, burning the bridge and assembling on Hupp's Hill, resolving to make a final stand there. However, the Confederates did not pursue beyond Cedar Creek, and the Federals withdrew to the west, making their way back to Union lines over the next few days. These distractions had cost Jackson precious time. It wasn't until nearly 6 p.m. that he turned his forces around and began marching down the pike again toward Winchester. He also ordered Ewell to once again resume his advance. Banks's army began arriving in Winchester by the evening of the 24th. As Jackson's troops marched up the Valley Pike, they looted the supply wagons left behind in the panic of the retreat. At Bartonsville on the Opequon, the 2nd Massachusetts Infantry repelled a cavalry charge by Ashby's troopers, sending them fleeing south through Jackson and his staff in a panic, running down members of the 33rd Virginia Infantry. The 27th Virginia moved to the front and began exchanging volleys with the 2nd Massachusetts, pushing them back to the north slowly. By 10 p.m., the lead elements of Ewell's troops reached the outskirts of the city. On a small hill 3.5 miles southeast of the city, the 21st North Carolina collided with Union pickets, sending them fleeing to the north. The North Carolinians pursued them to the intersection of Front Royal Road and the Milltown Pike, only a mile from the city. There, both sides fired at each other in the dark until midnight. The previous day, the 23rd, Abraham Lincoln had been in Falmouth, Virginia at a conference with Generals Irvin McDowell and James Shields. The two generals were supposed to begin marching on Richmond, overland from Fredericksburg in 2 days' time with 40,000 men. They would join McClellan's army, totaling 160,000 troops advancing on Richmond against only 60,000 Confederates. That night, Lincoln left Falmouth for Washington. However, when he arrived in the morning, the news of the fall of Front Royal arrived and changed everything. Lincoln immediately ordered McDowell and Shields to move to the valley instead of Richmond. He also sent orders to General Fremont, who was still in Franklin, to advance on to Harrisburg and help relieve Banks. Within a half hour, Fremont responded that he would move as ordered and began marching the next day. By 2 a.m., the 2nd Massachusetts, the last of Banks's army, arrived in Winchester. All night long, Jackson's army creeped closer to the city, pushing back pickets. By 3 a.m., Jackson's men were just north of Kernstown and thoroughly exhausted. Banks knew that Jackson outnumbered him at least 3-1. In fact, Jackson commanded about 16,000 troops, split into two 8,000-man divisions. Banks's force consisted of about 6,400 men, of which only about 4,400 men were ready for battle. When daylight finally broke just before 5 a.m. on the 25th, both sides knew that battle was imminent. Gordon's brigade, which had deployed on Bowers Hill during the night, began forming into line of battle. The 3rd Wisconsin entered the formation with its left anchored on the Valley Pike. The 2nd Massachusetts formed on its right, with two sections of Battery M 1st New York Light Artillery further to the right on a knoll. The 27th Indiana and 29th Pennsylvania took up positions in reserve. 2 guns of Battery F Pennsylvania Light Artillery deployed on the turnpike. Meanwhile, the 28th New York had deployed behind a stone wall between the Front Royal Road and the Hollingsworth House, the oldest home in Winchester. The 5th Connecticut took up position ahead of the 28th New York with the 46th Pennsylvania on its right. Battery F 4th U.S. Artillery and the remaining section of Battery M 1st New York Artillery deployed on Camp Hill. Part of the 10th Maine, which had been stationed on Front Royal Road by Abrams Creek, withdrew after a brief firefight with Confederate pickets and rejoined the rest of its regiment in town. Banks resolved to try to save his supply wagons by making a stand and buying them time to continue withdrawing north. Jackson had ordered Ewell to attack at daylight. The 21st North Carolina advanced to Abrams Creek but halted on the southern bank. That morning, the battlefield was socked in fog and made movement difficult. The 1st Maryland Confederate Infantry advanced slowly to the left and rear of the 21st North Carolina. On a hill at the intersection with the Millwood Pike, Confederate guns from Courtney and Brockenbrough's batteries opened fire in the general direction of the Union. The guns on Camp Hill responded. This was followed by the rebel guns of the Rockbridge Artillery west of the Valley Pike. Ewell ordered the 21st North Carolina forward, but its commander neglected to deploy skirmishers and advanced his men up the Front Royal Road in a 4-man wide column formation. The 5th Connecticut and 46th Pennsylvania had taken cover from the artillery barrage and were out of sight from the North Carolinians. When the rebels had advanced to the right point, both Union regiments unleashed a furious volley, sending the Confederates back. They reformed and advanced on the 5th Connecticut, with the 2 regiments exchanging fire. Suddenly, the 28th New York began advancing and unleashed a volley into the rebels. After a few more volleys, the 21st North Carolina broke and ran. They reformed behind a stone wall further south, and the commander ordered a bayonet charge, which failed with severe losses. What was left of the regiment retreated south of Abrams Creek. On Jackson's front to the west, the fog was lighter, and Jackson ordered his brigade commanders to take Bowers Hill. The entire 5th Virginia was converted into skirmishers. Behind them, on the southern bank of Abrams Creek, the 4th Virginia formed on the right, the 2nd Virginia in the center, and the 27th Virginia on the left. Together, the Stonewall Brigade began to advance up the hill. The 2nd Massachusetts and 3rd Wisconsin moved forward to a stone wall on the slopes of the hill, while Battery M 1st New York Light Artillery also moved forward and began bombing Pogue's battery. A section of Battery F Pennsylvania Light Artillery also moved forward on the right and joined in the bombardment. Pogue's guns fell silent from the relentless gunfire on the hill. Jackson ordered the Rockbridge Artillery to move to the left of his line and for Cutshaw's and Carpenter's batteries to move up into the action. For 2 hours, the 8 guns of the Union and the 16 rebel guns traded fire. Meanwhile, more Confederate brigades moved up into line. Campbell's brigade arrived first, with the 21st Virginia moving to support the Rockbridge Artillery, the 33rd Virginia supporting Carpenter's battery, the 48th Virginia between Cutshaw's battery and the 21st Virginia, and the 42nd Virginia to the left of the 21st. Fulkerson's brigade arrived next. The 23rd and 37th Virginia regiments moved to the left of Campbell's brigade. Next, the 10th Virginia moved to the far left in order to outflank the Union on the hill. The 37th Virginia followed them. Scott's brigade followed and took positions behind Campbell's brigade. Elzey's brigade halted on the pike as reserves. Taylor's brigade came up next and began moving to the left, following the 10th and 37th Virginia. The 10th Virginia formed to the left of Taylor's brigade and the 37th on its right. Once the Louisiana Brigade was in position, around 7:30 a.m., they began advancing. The Union forces on Bowers Hill realized, too late, that they were being flanked and moved the 29th Pennsylvania and 27th Indiana forward to cover their right flank of the front line. However, the rebel force was too strong and too far forward, and the 27th Indiana shattered, falling back to the rear, with the 29th Pennsylvania quickly behind them. The rebels pursued and captured hundreds of prisoners at the top of the hill. At the same time, the 2nd Massachusetts, seeing the rout of the Pennsylvanians and Indianans, also broke off contact with the enemy and withdrew, but in good order. The 3rd Wisconsin also withdrew in good order. Rebel fire on the withdrawing Union troops mostly overshot their targets, limiting Union casualties. The 1st Michigan Cavalry ascended the hill to try to form a new line of resistance, but it was too late. The 2nd Massachusetts and 3rd Wisconsin continued an orderly retreat north through town. Up on the hill, the Pennsylvanians and Indianans were too demoralized to rally and scattered, disorganized into the town. The 1st Michigan were ordered to charge the ranks of the Louisianians, but were cut down by ferocious volley fire and were forced to retreat as well. The Stonewall Brigade now followed, trying to catch the fleeing Federal forces, but were too late. By 9:30 a.m., all resistance west of the Valley Pike was extinguished. Jackson ordered Elzey's brigade forward against the Union forces in retreat. As this had been happening, on the Union left, the 1st Maryland Confederate Infantry advanced forward against the Federals, while the 16th Mississippi and 15th Alabama assembled to their right, awaiting permission to attack. By the time it was given, the Union troops had started to withdraw in good order. As the Federals fled through town, citizens jeered at them, and there were some shots fired on them from buildings, killing or wounding several officers and soldiers. Soldiers also returned fire on armed civilians, including women, killing or seriously injuring some. The 46th Pennsylvania retreated through town in good order, but the 28th New York and 5th Connecticut arrived at the same time as the Stonewall Brigade. Chaos erupted in the town as rebels fired down the streets and mobs of soldiers from mixed units scrambled to escape. The 5th New York Cavalry set the army store on fire and withdrew. The flames began spreading through the town before rebel soldiers doused them. It was during this panicked retreat that the famous exchange occurred between Banks, who was personally trying to calm the terror, and a soldier. Seeing his men running, he cried out, "My God, men, don't you love your country?" with a soldier replying, "Yes, and I'm trying to get to it as fast as I can." Nevertheless, the panic generally ceased north of town, and the retreat resumed in an orderly fashion. Ammunition, medical supplies, and other provisions were captured in town. Civilians came out to cheer the Confederates and offered baked goods and water or milk to the soldiers. Watching Banks's shattered remnant of an army fleeing north, Jackson famously cried, "Never was there such a chance for cavalry. Oh, that my cavalry was in place." Turner Ashby's troopers never showed up, and Jackson gave up the foot chase after about 5 miles and turned back toward Winchester. Sandy Pendleton, Jackson's aide, desperately tried to find the cavalry. When he came across the 6th Virginia Cavalry, their commander, Colonel Thomas Flournoy, refused to move, insisting that General George Stuart had ordered him to stay put. When Pendleton found Stuart, Stuart also refused any order to move, saying that he could only obey orders from General Ewell. Finally, when Pendleton found General Ewell, Ewell gave the order to Stuart, who finally departed. However, the cavalry pursuit was so half-hearted that it accomplished very little. Banks's army started to arrive in Martinsburg by 1:30 p.m., at which time it was too late to mount a cavalry attack. Banks telegraphed the War Department, updating them on the status of the army and the morning's battle. He surmised that Jackson was planning to invade Maryland through Harper's Ferry or Williamsport, but assured Washington that his army would be across the Potomac by the next day. At Williamsport, Banks reassured and encouraged his tired men and oversaw the crossing of the river that night, beginning at 2 a.m. By noon, his army had completed the crossing safely. That concluded 3 days of fighting from Front Royal to Winchester. In all, Banks had lost 71 killed, 243 wounded, and 1,714 missing, many of whom would return to Union lines over the following days. Jackson had lost 68 killed, 329 wounded, and 3 men missing over the same time period while taking 3,050 prisoners. More significantly was the capture of thousands of small arms, quartermaster supplies, and ammunition. In Washington that day, the situation had been confusing and the atmosphere tense. While Lincoln waited for news from Banks, news arrived that Shields' division of McDowell's First Corps, which had been detached from McClellan's command, had broken camp that morning and was already on the move toward Catlett's Station. A 10,000-man division under General Rufus King would be following behind them. At the same time, there were alarming reports from General John W. Geary, who was in command of a very small force patrolling between Ashby Gap and Thoroughfare Gap. The general had become convinced of false reports that there was a massive army east of the Blue Ridge Mountains marching on his position. He retreated to White Plains and sent panicked telegrams that his force was being surrounded by a rebel army advancing eastward. Irvin McDowell was extremely dubious of the reports, but Lincoln and Secretary Stanton were quickly becoming nervous about the entire situation. Lincoln urged McClellan to attack Richmond rapidly. Finally, after midnight, when reports from Banks had arrived that his army was intact and preparing to cross to Williamsport, did the anxiety begin to abate. While the crisis of Banks' army was under control, the situation with Fremont's army was bleak. Lincoln had ordered him to advance on Harrisonburg, but Fremont was finding that prospect impossible. His 13,700-man army at Franklin was at the tail end of a supply line that was already 80 miles long from his depot at New Creek. To march on Harrisonburg from Franklin would stretch it further to 120 miles. Further, even at Franklin, his army was short on rations, wagons, and horses. Sanitary conditions were horrible, and the countryside was already denuded of anything that could be foraged. The road between Franklin and Harrisonburg had been wrecked by Jedediah Hotchkiss with bridges burned and obstacles in place. Fremont saw no other option than to backtrack to Petersburg, shortening his supply lines, and advance from there to Strasburg. Seeing no other good options available, Fremont left Franklin for Petersburg on the 25th. Slogging through mud and rainstorms, the army began arriving in Petersburg by midday on the 26th. Quickly resupplying ammunition and rations, he moved to Moorfield by the evening of the 27th. This movement infuriated Lincoln, who had expected him to march directly to Harrisonburg from Franklin. Very tense telegrams were exchanged for a couple days, with the President and Secretary of War demanding answers. Finally, Lincoln relented, seeing that Fremont could possibly still strike Jackson, who was still at Winchester. Fremont responded that he could not arrive in Strasburg before the evening of the 31st. A frustrated Lincoln tersely acknowledged the message. On McDowell's front, things were going better. Shields' division had reached Manassas Junction by the evening of the 26th and found the place in disarray. Geary's reports had panicked everyone. However, by the following day it was becoming clear that there was no Confederate army moving on Geary or Thoroughfare Gap or Washington. McDowell ordered Geary to take his small command to Ashby Gap. Shields advanced into Rectortown on the 28th. The same day, Lincoln urged McDowell forward to trap Jackson in the valley. On the 29th, Shields informed McDowell that he would begin marching to Front Royal at 5 a.m. the next morning. As the Union reacted to Jackson's victory, his army remained in Winchester in very good spirits. He rested his army for 2 days following the victory while he planned his next move. Having defeated Banks, he was determined to fulfill Lee's directive to threaten the line of the Potomac. Rather than attempt to threaten Williamsport, Jackson decided to move against Harper's Ferry. To protect his flank, he sent the 12th Georgia Infantry to Front Royal, Taylor's brigade to Berryville, and the 1st Maryland Confederate Infantry to garrison Martinsburg in case of Banks's return. A cavalry detachment also remained west of the valley to keep an eye on Fremont. On the 28th, he sent the Stonewall Brigade, except for the 2nd Virginia, as well as the 1st Maryland Confederate Infantry, to advance on Harper's Ferry. Harper's Ferry itself was garrisoned by 2 volunteer regiments, as well as the Maryland Potomac Home Brigade, and commanded by General Rufus Saxton, who had replaced Dixon Miles on the 26th. That very evening, the 78th New York and 109th Pennsylvania, plus 2 artillery batteries, arrived to reinforce Saxton. He decided to advance toward Charlestown with the 111th Pennsylvania and the 1st Maryland Union Cavalry on the morning of the 28th. The town was garrisoned by 2 companies of Ashby's cavalry. The same day, Jackson had set out for Harper's Ferry via Charlestown as well. However, Saxton arrived first and expelled the rebel cavalry. Winder deployed the Stonewall Brigade into line of battle and advanced on Saxton, who withdrew in good order after a brief artillery duel. Winder pursued to Halltown, but when he saw that Bolivar Heights just west of Harper's Ferry was heavily defended, he withdrew to Charlestown, camping a mile east of the town. The following day, the 29th, Jackson moved 2 additional brigades to Halltown. A squadron of the 5th New York Cavalry was ambushed just outside of the village, but managed to escape without losses. The 2nd Virginia was called up from Winchester and moved to Loudon Heights, which had been left unguarded. Saxton withdrew most of his force on Bolivar Heights for Camp Hill in response, but also moved artillery and men to Maryland Heights to keep Winder at bay. Around this time, reports began to reach Jackson that the Union was reacting to his victory. First was an account that Fremont was camped east of Moorfield and preparing to march on Strasburg. Second were reports that Shields' division was advancing on the Blue Ridge Mountains. At that moment, Jackson had 12,200 men at Halltown, plus 350 men on Loudon Heights. There were 3,000 men in Berryville, 450 men at Front Royal, and 300 cavalrymen watching Fremont. On the Union side, Saxton had 7,000 men at Harper's Ferry. Banks had been reinforced at Williamsport and also had 7,000 men. Fremont had 14,800 men east of Moorfield, and McDowell's army was comprised of Shields' division of 11,000 troops at Rectortown, 10,000 troops in General E.O.C. Ord's division at Thoroughfare Gap, 2,000 cavalry and artillery at Catlet Station, and 2,000 more men of the much calmer General Geary at Middleburg. On the 30th, with reports that the Union was preparing to surround him, Jackson ordered everyone to begin withdrawing to Winchester. He sent word to Richmond for reinforcements as well. By that evening, Jackson's army had reached Stevenson's Depot just north of Winchester. That same evening, news arrived Jackson that Union forces had thrown the 12th Georgia back from Front Royal, and Jackson now became the pursued. Nathan Kimball's brigade thundered through the Manassas Gap, having marched all the previous evening and night from Rectortown. The 8th Ohio Infantry led the advance, splitting into two sections and moving on the 12th Georgians in Front Royal. A brief cannon barrage sent the entire Confederate regiment into panic. The Georgians immediately abandoned their camp and fled north. A squad of the 1st Rhode Island Cavalry went forward in pursuit. The fleeing Confederates attempted to set fire to stores of supplies in town, but the Union forces managed to douse the flames before they spread across the town, an act for which the citizenry was grateful. The rebels set fire to the road bridge over the South Fork, but neglected to burn the railroad bridge. The Union cavalry pursuit was stopped by a volley between the forks of the river, but the commander of the Georgians, a Colonel Connor, had already fled north to Winchester. Back in town, hundreds of Union prisoners, mostly from the 1st Maryland Union Infantry, were freed. Altogether, about 150 rebels were captured, most from the 12th Georgia. That same day, a major thunderstorm broke, soaking everyone and impeding movement across the valley. Shields arrived in Front Royal by the late afternoon with the rest of his division, but was unable to reconnoiter beyond Cedarville due to Ashby's troopers. Meanwhile, Colonel Connor arrived in Winchester that evening, where he was called by General Jackson to answer for his actions. Cozens illustrates the scene in his book. Connor enters Jackson's office. "General, I suppose you have heard of my misfortune at Front Royal." "Yes." "Well, General, I did the best fighting I could, but we were overpowered." "How many men did you have killed?" "I had no men killed, General." "You call that fighting?" Jackson dismissed him from the room. Outside, Connor turned to Jackson's chief commissary officer and opined, quote, "Major, I believe General Jackson is crazy." Sandy Pendleton then emerged from the office and turned to Connor. "Colonel, consider yourself under arrest." Colonel Connor muttered, "Now I know he's crazy." Heavy rains continued through the night of the 30th. Jackson was in serious danger. With Shields' division of 11,000 at Front Royal and Fremont's army of almost 15,000 within a day's march from Strasburg, it was very likely that Jackson's army could have their route south cut off on the 31st. Unfortunately for the Union, on the 31st, Shields began to become afraid that Longstreet's division, which was actually at Richmond, had become detached and was already in the Page Valley. By that logic, Shields calculated that marching to Strasburg would expose his rear to attack. Thus, Shields did nothing all day. In the evening, the 8th Ohio, commanded by Colonel Samuel Carroll, drove off a small force of Ashby's troopers which had been blocking the road to Strasburg, but no Union commanders took advantage of this. At the same time, Fremont, in spite of his promises to arrive in Strasburg, also failed to arrive. The heavy rains had turned all roads to mud, and in spite of hard marching, by the evening, the lead elements of his army were still 5 miles from Strasburg. Jackson spent the day reassembling his scattered forces and beginning the retreat, with the wagon train stretching 7 miles down the valley pike. The army withdrew south all day. With the night falling, the army encamped between Cedar Creek and just north of Newton. That same day, the Battle of Seven Pines outside of Richmond had begun, and General Joseph E. Johnston had been seriously wounded. Disaster for the Confederacy in Richmond and in the Valley seemed very likely now. Very early in the morning on June 1st, Jackson sent Tolliver's brigade under Colonel Fulkerson a couple miles down the Moorfield Road as a heavy screen against any attempt by Fremont to advance on Strasburg and cut the valley pike. The skies finally cleared. Fighting between Union skirmishers and Fulkerson's force began at 7 a.m. The morning was tense with an artillery duel between the Federals and the rebels. However, Fremont's army did not press an attack. By noon, the Stonewall Brigade, the last of Jackson's army, had crossed Cedar Creek into Strasburg, and the feelings of dread started to abate. Meanwhile, in Front Royal, Irvin McDowell was waiting on Ord's division to arrive. He heard the distant sounds of the artillery duel, but wasn't sure where it was coming from. Shields' division moved north to Cedarville, while the 13th Pennsylvania Reserves, known better as the Bucktails, moved to Strasburg with the 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry. They were halted by artillery fire and the sight of Jackson's legions on the Valley Pike heading south, and turned back across the North Fork Railroad Bridge. With the main army continuing the retreat south, the heavy rebel guard disengaged from Fremont's front and withdrew behind Jackson's force. Fremont, who had become afraid earlier in the day that Jackson had actually planned to attack him down the Moorfield Road, did not pursue. That afternoon, the heavy rains returned. Fremont sent his cavalry forward to probe for the enemy. Realizing that Jackson had slipped past the Federal forces, Shields came up with a plan to march down the parallel Page Valley and cut off Jackson's likely avenue of escape, Swift Run Gap, while Fremont pursued Jackson from behind. McDowell assented, and Shields began marching down the Luray Road by 3 p.m. Shields sent Samuel Carroll and his 8th Ohioans forward to try and burn the bridge at Conrad's store. Meanwhile, that evening, Fremont's cavalry entered Strasburg, finding it empty. The troopers then continued south, surprising the 2nd and 6th Virginia Cavalry, who fled in a panic in the dark. Disorganized skirmishing continued between Union and Confederate cavalry around Fisher's Hill until the Federals finally disengaged, having taken 18 rebel prisoners. By nightfall, Shields' force had advanced 10 miles down the Luray Road. On this same day that Jackson had escaped capture, Robert E. Lee took command of the Army of Northern Virginia. June 2nd brought a new phase of warfare to the valley. Until now, the Union Army had made notable efforts to respect private property and avoid mass plundering. On June 2nd, Union troops, mostly Germans under Louis Blenker, began looting widely. Thousands of Union soldiers left the ranks to join in the pillaging. One Ohioan described the New York troops, quote, "We had a couple of brigades of New York Dutch who seldom marched in ranks, but like ravening wolves were in every home near the road. After stripping women and children of their clothing as well as of all their proceeds, leaving them entirely destitute of a living, they would kill a cow and get her young. They would gather up young suckling pigs and poultry and stuff them in their haversacks among their crackers, and would enter defenseless houses and threaten women with violence, providing they would not give them milk and butter and other things." General Milroy wrote, quote, "The Dutch brigades are composed of the most infernal robbers, plunderers, and thieves I have ever seen. Our army is disgraced by them. They straggle off from their companies and regiments for miles on each side of the road as we march along and enter every house, smokehouse, milkhouse, chicken house, kitchen, barn, corn crib, and stable, and clean out everything, frequently opening drawers, trunks, bureaus, etc. for plunder, leaving women and children crying behind them, but no treaties or entreaties stop or affect them." Blenker and his subordinate officers turned a blind eye to the looting. The renegade soldiers did not limit themselves to stealing from civilians either. Union quartermasters reported that their stores were cleaned out by Blenker's division. As Fremont marched in pursuit, his forces captured hundreds of exhausted stragglers that had fallen out on the hard march. In the pursuit, General George Stuart's poor command of the cavalry became all too evident. The Confederate cavalry rearguard was repeatedly sent running by Union troopers. Jackson finally had enough and relieved Stuart in favor of Ashby. Stuart returned to command the Maryland line. Jackson correctly guessed what Shields' force in the Page Valley was up to and sent a cavalry detachment to burn the Columbia and White House bridges to prevent Shields crossing the Massanutten Mountains and merging with Fremont. The Valley Pike was a macadamized road, but the Page Valley roads were all dirt, and the heavy rains of the previous days would undoubtedly have turned them all to mud. That night, Jackson's army encamped around Hawkinstown, just north of Mount Jackson, while Fremont's army was at Edinburgh. Shields managed to march 15 miles that day and found, to his dismay, that the Columbia and White House bridges had been destroyed. This disturbed Shields greatly, and his rationality began to crumble. The following day, June 3rd, Fremont secured a crossing over Stony Creek at Edinburgh and Mill Creek at Mount Jackson and continued his pursuit. Ashby was promoted to brigadier general. At Meem's Bottom, the rebels successfully destroyed the bridge over the North Fork behind them and continued further south. One rebel wrote of the march, "We have been on a retreat for 5 days, and an awful time it has been. I never saw so many barefoot men with their feet all swollen and bleeding. Hundreds and hundreds drag along the road." Rain continued pouring in the valley. Shields meanwhile continued losing his grip on reality, proposing a bizarre plan to cross the South Fork at Conrad's Store to Harrisonburg, then turn back and march on Stanardsville to destroy the rail depot there. McDowell appended a note to Shields' proposal to Secretary Stanton that dismissed the plan as fantasy. Jackson's army encamped between Rude's Hill and New Market that evening. Fremont's engineers worked through the night to build a new bridge over the North Fork. It was complete by morning, and Union troops had begun to cross when a new deluge swelled the banks of the river and wrecked the new bridge, cutting off the few troops that had made it across. The same day, another deluge took out the bridge over Stony Creek, cutting off Fremont's army from its supplies. The Federals had to resort to foraging the local countryside to subsist. Jackson, meanwhile, spent much of the day trying to find information on where Ewell's brigades were and how fit for combat they were, as well as deploying his troops on high ground west of New Market in response to a rumor that Fremont was going to try to cross the North Fork there. The same day, Shields found that the rebel detachment that had burned the bridges over the South Fork had also burned the bridge at Conrad's Store. The next possible crossing was at Port Republic. However, the Elk Run Creek south of the town was so swollen that no Union forces could go any further south until the waters receded. Shields' long mud march had also stretched his own supply lines, and his men began to run out of rations. At the same time, his grip on reality continued to slip. While nearly half of his division was without shoes, Shields continued to insist in telegrams to McDowell that he could vanquish Jackson. One telegram read, "I cannot fight against the elements, but give me bread to keep me alive and they will never leave this valley. Their force is inconsiderable, not, in my opinion, 7,000. I want hard bread, salt, sugar, and coffee. Send me those. I will stampede them down to Richmond if you give me plenty of bread." Feeling that Shields was hopeless to accomplish anything, McDowell took Ord's and King's divisions and left for Fredericksburg. Shields, meantime, ordered Carroll to secure the bridge at Port Republic, then advance on Stanton, Virginia with his brigade and wreck the rail infrastructure there to prevent Jackson's escape. That evening, Jackson's men stood down around New Market for a brief rest. Fremont's men resumed work on fixing the bridge over the North Fork after the waters receded and continued through the night. Shields' men encamped on soggy ground in and around Conrad's Store. At 1 a.m. on June 5th, Jackson roused his exhausted men and resumed the retreat. They marched all day with the supply trains crossing the North River and continuing to Stanton with the wounded. At Harrisonburg, however, Jackson turned his men onto the Port Republic Road. He had heard from intelligence reports by Hotchkiss that Shields was at Conrad's store and unable to advance any further. He formulated a plan to advance on Port Republic. There he could keep Fremont and Shields from being able to merge forces. If Fremont advanced on Stanton, Jackson could strike his flank. Fremont's men finally managed to throw a bridge over the North Fork. However, when he sent a message to McDowell asking him where he was and what his plans were, McDowell ordered that Fremont return George Bayard's cavalry and the elite bucktails that he had lent him. Fremont was determined to press on against Jackson but wanted reinforcements. He sent a message to Banks, who had recrossed the Potomac and was at Strasburg, to join him in his advance on Jackson. Unfortunately, Banks declined on account of a lack of supplies. Undeterred, Fremont continued on, arriving in Newmarket by the evening. Shields continued his bizarre behavior. Hearing a rumor that Longstreet was marching on the valley from Gordonsville through Stannardsville, Shields withdrew most of his division to Luray by the end of the day. By the end of the 5th, Jackson's infantry encamped on the road between Harrisonburg and a small hamlet named Cross Keys. At 5 a.m., Fremont resumed his pursuit of Jackson. However, Ashby's cavalry slowed their advance consistently all day. At Conrad's store, the waters of the Elk Run Creek began to subside. Carroll asked Shields for reinforcements with which to save the Port Republic Bridge. Shields sent him a few cavalrymen, but also relayed a strange request that Carroll plan an attack on the rail infrastructure at Waynesboro, neglecting to address his previous order to secure the Port Republic Bridge. Fremont started arriving in Harrisonburg by early afternoon, although he had no idea where Jackson had gone. A Union cavalry company, part of the 1st New Jersey Cavalry, began skirmishing with some of Ashby's troopers south of the city. Among the Union casualties was a British soldier of fortune, Percy Wyndham, who had fought all over Europe. He was taken prisoner after launching a charge that no one else in the 1st New Jersey Company followed. Instead, the Confederates countercharged and sent the 1st New Jersey fleeing back to Harrisonburg. By now it was past 6 p.m. When Fremont heard about the rout of the 1st New Jersey, he reinforced Bayard with more cavalry, but felt it was too late to start a major engagement. However, Colonel Thomas Kane, who had recruited the Bucktails and now commanded a battalion of them, asked Bayard for permission to advance on Ashby, hoping to both recover the wounded from the cavalry skirmish and restore the morale of the army after this small defeat. Bayard reluctantly acquiesced, and Kane led his battalion, about 150 men, down the Port Royal Road. 2 miles south of the city, Kane left the road and led his men into the cover of woods parallel to the road, hoping to ambush the cavalry he saw on a ridge on the road. However, Ashby had seen Kane's approach from the city and had gone back to Ewell to request infantry support, which came in the form of 2 regiments, the 1st Maryland and the 58th Virginia. Ewell also personally came to observe in case things went poorly. Ashby sent these 2 regiments into the woods, hoping to ambush Kane's men as they marched up the road. Neither side realized that they were on a collision course in the woods. Firing began before long, and the Bucktails moved to cover at the edge of the wood line by a clover field and engaged both rebel regiments. The 58th Virginia crumbled and fell back to the rear. Ashby, who had been personally leading the men from the front, had his horse shot out from under him. When he stood back up, he urged the Virginians to rally and ordered a charge, but none of them obeyed. Only 30 yards from the Bucktails, he was struck by a single bullet that traversed his body, and Turner Ashby was no more. Ewell, who was watching this debacle, immediately ordered Colonel Bradley Johnson, who commanded the 1st Maryland, to charge and sent the 44th Virginia to support them. The 58th Virginia reformed and re-entered the fight. Johnson wheeled his regiment to the right and crashed against the Bucktails' flank. After a brief, heavy fight, the Bucktails finally withdrew, having lost over half their men. Back in the city, the Federals were confident that they would soon defeat Jackson. Blenker's Germans continued their looting, stealing from every shop they could find. Ashby's body was carried to the rear in a tearful procession. It is likely that he was killed by friendly fire in the confusion of the battle. His death reverberated among the ranks. Fulkerson wrote of his death, quote, "He was the most gallant man I ever saw, and withal a good man. When Ashby was between us and the enemy, we felt perfectly secure against any surprise, and he was always on the enemy's heels. They had great fear of him. His place cannot be filled." Ewell spoke admiringly of Ashby and said that he would prefer to command a cavalry regiment than an infantry division. Jackson, despite his earlier tension and animosity with Ashby, wrote, quote, "As a partisan officer, I never knew his superior. His daring was proverbial, his powers of endurance almost incredible, his tone of character heroic, and his sagacity almost intuitive in divining the purposes and movements of the enemy." He appointed Colonel Thomas Munford as Ashby's successor. Now came June 7th. Fremont sent a patrol down the Port Republic Road and came across pickets half a mile from Cross Keys. In that area was Ewell's division of over 6,600 men, which the patrol reported as 20,000. Fremont called a council of war. He had concluded that Jackson had turned his force around to face him until he was able to withdraw through Port Republic. Unfortunately, Fremont's army was not in the best shape. Of the 14,050 men he had, less than 10,000 were fit for action. The troops were low on supplies, worn out, hungry, and poorly equipped. Nonetheless, Fremont was determined to attack and prepared his army to move at daybreak the following day. Ironically, back in Washington, Secretary Stanton was drafting orders to have Fremont remain put at Harrisonburg and for Shields to rejoin McDowell, who was now at Fredericksburg. Unfortunately, neither order would reach their respective commanders in time to prevent the coming battles. Jackson, meanwhile, rested his men that day. Ewell encamped his men at Cross Keys, while Jackson did so just half a mile northeast of Port Republic, making his personal headquarters at a home called Madison Hall. The same day, Carroll trudged on the road between Conrad's store and Port Republic. En route, he received another bizarre message from Shields. The general was convinced that Jackson's army was a shattered force being pressed by Fremont and needing only a quick attack to send them into a rout. Shields also accused Carroll's officers and men of hesitancy and of lacking aggression. He wrote, quote, "The Germans are not half as well off as you are, but they hang on the enemy without respite. This enemy insulted the capital of your country. He is in retreat. You are within a day and a half of him and you hesitate. I don't mean you personally, but some of your officers and men. This would be a disgrace. Can this be my boasted Shields' division?" He continued by stating that Tyler's brigade and artillery reinforcements were en route to reinforce him, and that he expected Carroll to reach Port Republic by that evening and Waynesboro the next day. He also reiterated his order to save the bridge at all costs, contradicting his orders just a few days before to burn it. This may have been due to a personal jealousy between him and Fremont. In any case, Fremont drove his men through the evening and into the night. The following day would see much action between Jackson and his Union pursuers. Now came June 8th, a fateful day for the armies in the valley. At 1 a.m., Carroll rested his men 6 miles from Port Republic for a 3-hour rest, then resumed marching at 4 a.m. 150 cavalrymen of the 1st West Virginia Cavalry led the way with 4 guns of Captain Lucius Robinson's Ohio Battery. Behind them was the 7th Indiana, then the 1st Virginia Union Infantry, the 84th Pennsylvania, and the 110th Pennsylvania, who had famously ran away at first contact with the enemy at Kernstown back in March, bringing up the rear. Amazingly, Carroll had achieved complete surprise. No Confederate pickets or forward scouts spotted them. Indeed, the rebel cavalrymen that should have been posted to warn of an easterly approach by the Federals had fled at some point to Brown's Gap and left Jackson's force completely exposed. By 6 a.m., Carroll's force had crept to within a half-mile of the town and began quietly reconnoitering Jackson's position. Jackson's men were resting that early morning, a Sunday, and preparing for worship services or inspection. At 8:30 a.m., Carroll began the attack. He split Robinson's battery in half. One section would go in with the cavalry, while the second he posted to a very small rise called Yost's Hill with the 7th Indiana to support them. Carroll reminded his officers that Shields' orders were to hold the bridge rather than destroy it. Things began badly for the Federals. The forward section of Robinson's battery opened fire opposite the South River before the cavalry was in place to charge. Shell fire began exploding around the Methodist church in town, which the Union forces mistakenly believed to be a stronghouse full of prisoners. Panic began among the rebels in town. The West Virginia cavalry forded the South River and entered the town, nearly catching Jackson as he passed by. Carroll himself joined in the 1st West Virginia, as the regimental commander had dismounted earlier claiming a sudden illness and had not joined his men. In town, Jackson's chief of artillery, Colonel Stapleton Crutchfield, was captured. Carroll divided his force again. 2/3 of the cavalrymen went southwest down Main Street to try to capture or scatter Jackson's supply trains. The rest were sent to guard the North River Bridge along with 1 cannon. The 2nd cannon was placed on Main Street next to the church facing west. Carroll's strict adherence to Shields' deranged orders prevented a possible triumph for the Union that day. At this moment, if the North River Bridge had been destroyed, Jackson would have been cut off from both his supply trains as well as an easy route of escape out of the valley. Unfortunately, the Union forces were explicitly prevented from destroying the bridge and had to hold on with their single cannon aimed at a slight angle to the left of the bridge. Suddenly, Jackson himself rode toward the bridge, thinking that the Union gun was one of his. The gunners aimed for him, but Captain Robinson ordered them not to fire, believing that Jackson on the far side of the river was a Union officer. Sergeant James Gildea, commanding the gun, protested that the man was a rebel. Robinson hesitated for a minute. When he finally relented and gave Sergeant Gildea permission to fire, it was too late. Jackson had realized his error and turned and fled. Jackson made it back to his lines and excitedly called the infantry to muster. The 1st Regiment up was the 37th Virginia, who advanced on the bridge. They fired a single volley, which scared off the limber horses and killed the number 3 gunner. The cavalry near the bridge fled, as did much of the gunnery squad. Sergeant Gildea had 1 friction primer left and loaded double canister into the cannon. As the 37th Virginia began crossing the bridge, Gildea fired and ran. He was the last Union soldier to leave the area. Unfortunately for the Federals, the cannon wasn't aimed directly down the length of the bridge, but at an angle to try and weaken the structure. It did minimal damage to the 37th, who were soon across. Jackson then ordered the 10th Virginia to begin exchanging fire with the Federals across the river on Yost's Hill. Meanwhile, southwest of town, the cavalry surged forward with panicked civilians fleeing in terror. Carrington's battery limbered up to flee further south up the valley. However, a Captain Samuel Moore led 20 men behind a stone wall at the northeast corner of Madison Hall and hid. When the Union cavalry was in proper range, Moore and his squad emerged and fired a volley, sending the Federals back. They moved forward a few dozen yards and fired a second volley. The cavalry fled up Main Street and regrouped. Captain Moore and his men fell back to the stone wall for protection. A single gun of Carrington's battery moved up alongside Moore. His men, who were not cannoneers, prepared the gun to fire. When the Federal cavalry had steeled itself for a second charge and came around the bend, the men fired a shot which was far too high, but the Union troopers fled a second time. Finally, the embarrassed Captain Joseph Carrington himself, commander of the battery, brought up the remaining 5 guns and opened fire down Main Street. This had its intended effect. With the 37th Virginia entering town from the east, and the thunderous fire from Carrington's battery blasting from the west, Carroll and the remaining cavalrymen fled back across the South River. Captain Robinson was unable to extricate the second gun that had crossed into Port Republic, and it too had to be abandoned. Jackson, meanwhile, had deployed more guns on the bluffs overlooking the South Fork of the Shenandoah and raked what was left of Robinson's battery on Yost's Hill, as well as the 7th Indiana. The regiment broke and fell back to Lewiston a few miles east. As the Union forces retreated, Confederate guns hurried them along with fire on the far side of the river. The 84th and 110th Pennsylvania had not even made it to Yost's Hill before they were also caught in the retreat to Lewiston. When the mass of fleeing Union troops reached Lewiston, they spotted Tyler's brigade approaching. These were troops that Shields had sent as reinforcements. A member of this brigade described the scene as Carroll's men approached. Carroll's brigade fell back in not very good order upon our brigade. We came up and found them strung out along the road for 4 or 5 miles, very much demoralized. Another soldier wrote that, when Tyler's brigade marched toward Port Republic, we saw hundreds of Carroll's men lying along fences in the rear of his command. So many commissioned officers were among them that it looked as though whole companies, if not regiments, had made up their minds that they did not care to take a hand in winning a star for the colonel commanding. Or at least other hands should run the risk of getting hurt at the bridge. They were cursed roundly by the passing troops of Tyler's brigades as cowards. Carroll and Tyler conferred that evening with their regimental commanders, and Colonel Daum, chief of artillery. They had zero communication with Fremont's army. A proposal to try and destroy the bridge by long-range cannon fire was rejected. Carroll advocated that they retreat to Conrad's store. Messages sent to Shields came back with more confusing replies. Shields promised to come as soon as possible in one message, while claiming his men were too tired to move in a second one. Colonel Daum then proposed to stay put and fight Jackson if his force crossed the river. The regimental commanders agreed. Tyler acquiesced to that plan, but did not array his troops in a defensive position across the sunken Lewiston Lane. Rather, he massed his troops in woods at the base of the mountains and decided to wait for what the next day would bring. As it turns out, Jackson would be more than willing to cross the bridge the following day. Unbeknownst to Carroll or Tyler, that day had also seen a much more significant action further north. Returning to the pre-dawn hours of June 8th, Fremont moved forward from Harrisonburg down the Port Republic Road with his army. He had about 10,000 men under his command, although he left Baird's cavalry behind in the city as they were not fit for action that day. Ewell had fewer than 5,000 men in his division ready for action. Fremont set off at 4:45 a.m. with brigade after brigade following down the road methodically. He believed that he was about to strike Jackson's entire force of between 16 and 18,000 men. There were also rumors that Shields was going to strike Jackson's rear from Port Republic. Between 8 and 8:30 a.m., the pickets of both armies made contact north of the Union Church Cemetery. The rebel pickets, part of the 15th Alabama, held very briefly, but long enough to alert the rest of Ewell's division to action. The Confederates formed into line about a mile south. Courtney's battery unlimbered and fired at the pursuing Federal pickets, who turned back to the main body. The 15th Alabama was then sent to the right of the entire line, where the rest of Trimble's brigade was forming. Ewell was in a good defensive position, high ground, wooded, and just across the Small Mill Creek. From the Federal side, New York Times correspondent Charles Henry Webb described the battlefield as, quote, "The ground in all that region is gently undulating, covered with woods and wheat or clover fields, alternating with marshy streamlets, ravines, and hollows, interspersed with occasional farmhouses and a badly frightened people." By 10 a.m., Ewell's line was formed. Stewart's brigade was on the left, Elzey's brigade was in the center, and Trimble's brigade was on the right. Also in the center was 4 batteries: Courtney's battery, Lusk's battery, Rains' battery, and Brockenbrough's battery. Trimble moved forward with Ewell's permission, given that his initial position was too thickly wooded. He occupied an advanced hillock where he felt much more comfortable and left the 21st North Carolina behind to support Ewell's batteries. The 13th and 25th Virginia detached from Elzey's brigade and moved to support Trimble on the far right of the line. Ewell himself took position with the artillery in the center. Meanwhile, Fremont did not conform his line with the terrain, but rather with Ewell's line. He also failed to perform a thorough reconnaissance. Fremont joined the vanguard of the army, but when it arrived around the farm of John Armentrout, Confederate batteries opened fire and Fremont fell back to the rear with his staff. In his own words, he concluded that the enemy occupied a position of uncommon strength, commanding the junction of the roads to Port Republic. He had chosen his ground with great skill and was advantageously posted upon a ridge, protected in front by a steep declivity, and almost entirely masked by thick woods and covered fences. Later on, he reported that, from superiority of numbers, his flanks considerably overlapped my own. I was without reliable maps or guides, but from what could be seen, I judged that the enemy's right was his strategic flank. I decided therefore to press him from this side, with the object to seize, if possible, his line of retreat, and accordingly gave all the strength practicable to my left. This was all nonsense. He outnumbered the enemy, and at least one Confederate officer felt that their flanks could be shattered by a determined attack. Fremont gave up direct command of his army to his chiefs of staff and artillery. 3 batteries from Milroy's brigade moved forward around this time and began an hour-long artillery duel with the rebels. Halfway through, more Union batteries came forward and joined in. But the Union officers watching were unimpressed with the results. Colonel Gustav Clouseret's small brigade was on the far right. Brigadier General Julius Stahel's brigade formed on the far left. Milroy's brigade formed to the right of Stahel, and Schenk's brigade on Milroy's right. Brigadier General Henry Boland's brigade assembled behind Schenck and Milroy. The final brigade under Colonel John Coltz was still en route to the battle. Unfortunately for the Federals, things began to go bad right from the start. Without Fremont to command his forces around a centralized plan, brigade commanders began acting on their own initiative. Stahel's brigade left the line alone before Schenk's brigade was even fully in position. He left the 39th New York to cover his artillery. Of the 4 remaining regiments, 3 either drifted out of position or halted without being ordered. Only the 8th New York, with 548 men, advanced alone against Trimble's brigade, who waited concealed behind a fence. Compounding this imminent disaster was the critical mistake that the commander of the 8th New York had failed to send out skirmishers. A Confederate officer noted, quote, "Germans came marching across the clover field in beautiful line, carrying their guns at support arms. The colonel, walking backwards in front of them, saw that they preserved a perfect alignment just as though they were simply drilling. The rebels patiently held their fire until the 8th New York was 40 yards away. The 21st Georgia was directly in front of the New Yorkers, with the 16th Mississippi and 15th Alabama on the Georgians' right. At once, the 1,000 or so rebels let loose a ferocious volley. The regiment was annihilated. Those who could immediately fled north back to Union lines. 43 men were killed, 134 were wounded, and an additional 43 were captured, for a catastrophic 40% casualty rate. Trimble reassembled his regiments and spotted his next target, Battery C West Virginia Artillery, which was half a mile further north and completely exposed. The 27th Pennsylvania and the Bucktails formed on its right, and what was left of the annihilated 8th New York tried to rally on its left. Trimble sent the 15th Alabama to the right of the line to hit the left flank of the battery, and held back the 21st Georgia and 16th Mississippi until the 15th Alabama was in contact with the enemy. What was left of the 8th New York shattered easily when the 15th Alabama reached them. However, the Bucktails quickly engaged them and sent one of the 2 battalions of the 15th Alabama running back to its starting position. The 16th Mississippi, meanwhile, moved forward as ordered once the 15th Alabama made contact. Unfortunately for the Mississippians, the 21st Georgia did not move alongside their regiment, leaving their left flank exposed. While advancing toward the enemy, the commander of the 16th Mississippi, Colonel Carnot Posey, believing that the battery was about to fall back, rushed his men so quickly to reach the battery that he exposed the unguarded left rear of his line. The regiment soon received heavy fire there from the 27th Pennsylvania. Posey wheeled his regiment to face this and was personally wounded. Both regiments exchanged fire in the woods. In their own time, the 21st Georgia finally entered the fray and helped the Mississippians drive back the Pennsylvanians and the Bucktails. However, the West Virginia battery withdrew before its guns could be captured. The 13th and 25th Virginia that Elzey had loaned Trimble now linked up with the battalion of the 15th Alabama that Trimble was personally leading. Boland's brigade had moved slightly forward of the main line, within a quarter mile of the Georgians and Mississippians, but did not commit his forces into the battle. He was forward enough, though, to expose his left flank. Trimble's battalion of the 15th Alabama moved forward against Boland, and he ordered the officer commanding both Virginian regiments to move with him on the right, then wheel to the left and crush Boland's left flank. As they moved forward, Trimble ordered the Virginians to go east of the Evers farmhouse so as not to crowd his right. The Union spotted the flanking movement, and Boland sent the 74th and 75th Pennsylvania regiments to deal with them, supported by Battery I, 1st New York Light Artillery. A soldier of the 13th Virginia recalled the approach. We moved up the side of a hill, through a wheat field on our left, resting on a fence line leading to a barn. As we rose to the top of this hill, we came face to face with more of the enemy than I had ever seen in one position, and with several pieces of artillery, which opened on us with grape, canister, and small arms, which were mowing the wheat about us like a hailstorm. Immediately in our front was a very strong post fence which could not be torn down. We could not go forward and would not fall back, and so our only alternative was to stand and take it. Nothing but pride and a sense of duty kept me from running. Fortunately for the Virginians, the commander of Battery I was soon told to limber up and withdraw with the rest of the artillery on Boland's line, going against Boland's personal orders to stay put. Meanwhile, the 54th New York had redeployed from Boland's right to the far left and helped drive the Virginians into woods to the east. Nevertheless, with the retreat of the artillery, the rest of Boland's line began falling back in good order. The 74th and 75th Pennsylvanians withdrew first, followed by the 58th New York, with the 54th New York leaving last. Coltz's brigade followed next, retreating north to better terrain. It was now 3 p.m. Trimble did not pursue, but did prepare for another offensive against the Union left that would not come. As all this had been happening, the artillery duel in the center had continued for 6 hours with very little to show for it. However, General Elzey and Stuart were both wounded, the latter very seriously. Men in the Confederate ranks also endured the bombardment and suffered brutal casualties. Milroy, meantime, decided to send his brigade forward against Ewell's line. While the bombardment had gone on, he moved his regiments into a ravine by the Armentrout farm. Once it was finally over, he moved down the ravine south to Mill Creek. He neglected to deploy skirmishers, though, and was soon under heavy fire from skirmishers of the 44th Virginia in tall grass along the base of the ridge. Trying to find cover, Milroy sent his brigade to a wooded hill on their right and began deploying them into line. The 31st Virginia of Elzey's brigade quickly moved to the extreme left of the Confederate line. The 25th Ohio deployed across from the 1st Maryland Confederate Infantry with the remainder of the Union Brigade to the left. Milroy's advance was stopped quickly by ferocious rebel fire. He attempted to shuffle the brigade more and more to their right. On the Confederate line, Brockenborough's battery hammered them with artillery fire. A soldier named Thomas Evans of the 25th Ohio described the scene. The deafening roar of musketry and the loud pealing of artillery, the bursting shells, the whiz of grape and canister, the crushing of timber by the dread missiles mingled with the unearthly yells of opposing forces and the moaning of the dying and the screams of the wounded. Oh God, how terrible is war! Here lies a dear comrade, bleeding and dying at your side, who can just breathe the name of his mother, sister, or wife, and he is gone. How long must man thus strive with man? Just then, one of Fremont's aides came up and instructed Milroy to withdraw back to the morning's position. To add to this insult, as Milroy began withdrawing, he spotted Schenk's brigade on their right standing, in Milroy's words, perfectly idle as spectators. Had this brigade been thrown forward on my right to clear the rebels out of the forest, which they could have done with perfect ease, we could have swept the battlefield like a tempest and captured the whole of Jackson's army. I have lost confidence in Fremont tremendously, and so has his whole army. All Schenck had done to support Milroy was deploy a few companies of skirmishers. He had been afraid that the rebels were waiting to turn his flank. As it happened, only the 31st Virginia was immediately present on the Confederate left. Milroy fell back, infuriated, and Schenck followed close behind. It was now around 6 p.m. Jackson, in the meantime, had full confidence in Ewell and had lent him Taylor's Louisiana Brigade earlier in the day as support, but they were never needed. By 6:13 p.m., all firing ceased and the Battle of Cross Keys was over. As the Union withdrew, Milroy sought out and found Fremont and very likely vented his rage at him. Writing about the encounter later on, Milroy described that he could have held the position he was at and was frustrated that Fremont had called a retreat. Fremont responded that he was unaware of where Milroy was, and Milroy replied that, quote, "It was his duty to know everything that was going on in his army when in battle." Others claimed that Fremont was simply too far to the rear to command the army appropriately, and that the early reversal on the Union left had convinced him that he was greatly outnumbered. As the army was withdrawing for the evening, Fremont received the first communication in days from General Shields. It read, "I write by your scout. I think by this time there will be 12 pieces of artillery opposite Jackson's train at Port Republic, if he has taken that route. Some cavalry and artillery have pushed on to Waynesboro to burn the bridge. I hope to have 2 brigades at Port Republic today. I follow myself with 2 other brigades from this place. If the enemy changes direction, you will please keep me advised. If he attempts to force a passage, as my force is not large there yet, I hope you will thunder down on his rear. I think Jackson is caught this time." As was the case of many of his earlier boasts, plans, and orders, it was total fantasy. But Fremont was electrified and planned to resume battle the next day. Trimble, meanwhile, sent repeated requests to Ewell to permit him to conduct a night attack on Fremont, but Ewell did not respond. By nighttime, both Ewell and Jackson were confident that the worst was behind them. In all, the Confederates had lost 41 killed, 232 wounded, and 15 missing, for a total of 288 casualties. The Union had lost 114 killed, 443 wounded, and 127 missing, for a total of 684 casualties. Almost a third of the Union casualties came from the 8th New York alone. Content with the blow his army had dealt Fremont, Jackson now turned his attention to General James Shields. June 9th. Jackson ordered Ewell to move his men in the very early morning hours toward Port Republic as rapidly as possible. His plan was to leave Trimble's brigade plus a few other units of Ewell's division in place to hold Fremont at bay if he advanced while Jackson attacked Tyler and Carroll at Lewiston. Tolliver was to cross the South River with his brigade at dawn. In the meantime, Shields himself, along with Kimball's brigade, was actually on the march that night. He had reached Columbia Bridge by the evening the night before and wanted to fight around Conrad's store. Carroll once again proposed to Tyler that they fall back there, but Tyler insisted on staying in Lewiston, confident that Shields would arrive. Neither Union commander realized that by 4 a.m., Jackson had most of his army across the North River, and by 5 a.m., he was starting to cross the South River over a quickly constructed footbridge. The Stonewall Brigade advanced first, minus the 33rd Virginia, which was still on the far side of the North River. Carpenter's battery scattered the Union pickets with a few shots. Winder sent the 2nd Virginia into woods south of the Luray Road to flank the Federal artillery further ahead on a hill called the Coaling. Unfortunately for the Confederates, Jackson immediately ordered his units to attack as soon as they had crossed the South River without amassing them first, and, thus, the battle began with piecemeal attacks. On the Coaling, the Union had concentrated 7 guns of Robinson and Clark's batteries on the Coaling itself, with 5 more guns of Huntington's battery on the intersection of Lewiston Lane and the Luray Road. Although the position was formidable, it had a serious weakness. Sloping ground in front of the Coaling made it vulnerable to flanking fire. A small ravine just southwest of the Coaling, where the tiny Deep Run Creek flowed, was obscured by underbrush and provided good concealment for a potential flanking force. Winder sent the 4th Virginia after the 2nd with a section of Carpenter's battery. At 6 a.m., the battle proper began when 2 guns of Pogue's battery opened fire on Union positions. Carroll immediately suggested that the entire force withdraw back to Conrad's store, but Tyler refused and began deploying his forces into line along the Lewiston Lane. Daum moved 5 guns from Clark and Huntington's batteries northwest closer to the river. Skirmishing began between the 7th Indiana and the 5th Virginia. 1 company each of the 5th and 66th Ohio were posted in woods in front of the Coaling as a forward screen, with the remainder of the 66th supporting the guns and the last 2 regiments, the 84th and 110th Pennsylvania, further behind the Coaling. That was Tyler and Carroll's entire force. No more reserves were available. Union artillery had trouble at first. Huntington's battery used Schenkel shells with papier-mâché sabot that had swelled in the humid environment. After shaving down the sabot to fit the shells in the cannon bore, firing began. 1 of Pogue's guns moved to the Confederate left. As this was happening, Winder sent the 5th and 27th Virginia forward in the open. Without reinforcements, they could do little but endure the Union fire in the open. Meanwhile, the 2nd Virginia arrived within 100 yards of the Coaling and began firing on the gunners. However, 1 gun fired grapeshot at them, and the 66th Ohio suddenly emerged and opened fire on the Virginians, driving them back. The 4th Virginia was similarly driven back. The necessary reinforcements were delayed by traffic jams in Port Republic and the narrowness of the rickety footbridge. Eventually, the Louisiana Brigade finally made it across and began moving to the battlefield. Jackson ordered them, minus the 7th Louisiana, which he attached to Winder, to attack the Coaling. Winder knew he had to attack. At 8:30 a.m., with the 7th Louisiana in position, he advanced on the right of the Union line with Pogue's guns following them. The Union line held their fire until the Confederates were close, then unleashed a volley that tore gaps in the ranks and set the rebels slowly back to a wooden fence they had crossed and began exchanging fire. They endured an hour of this barrage before finally falling back. The 7th Louisiana itself lost 156 men, nearly half their strength, along with their regimental colors. The Union line then advanced forward. The 31st Virginia, which Winder had held in reserve, advanced against the Federals to buy time for the others to reassemble. Unfortunately for them, they advanced too far forward and were severely battered, losing 97 men killed or wounded, almost 43% of their strength. The 52nd Virginia now entered the fight. They collided with the 7th Indiana and 29th Ohio and were similarly thrashed, losing over 100 men before withdrawing. Next up was the 25th Virginia, which was also halted. Just then, Ewell, who had been advancing with the 44th and 58th Virginia toward the Coaling, wheeled those regiments to the left when he saw Winder's force getting beaten. This surprise flanking attack stopped the Union assault on Winder and forced them to face the new threat. Both Virginian regiments suffered serious casualties before withdrawing back into woods. This brief respite for Winder had allowed him to rally his battered troops into a weak line of battle while Jackson funneled more regiments toward the Coaling. Jackson now ordered Trimble and Campbell's brigades to cross the North River to Port Republic and burn the bridge behind them. Milroy had been trying to get Fremont to be ready to attack since just after midnight, but he had refused to make ready before 10 a.m. By that time, the battlefield of Cross Keys had been abandoned by the Confederates. The Louisiana Brigade formed up next. They charged the Coaling, exchanging volleys with the 66th Ohio, capturing some of Clark's guns and forcing Huntington's battery to withdraw. What remained of Clark's guns blasted canister fire into the Louisianans. The 5th and 7th Ohio disengaged from Winder's front and moved toward Lewiston to attack the rebel flank. The 84th and 110th Pennsylvania also moved toward the Coaling. Battery horses were killed to prevent the withdrawal of the Union guns. When the Ohioans arrived, heavy close-quarters combat began. The Ohioans managed to temporarily beat back the Louisianans. Federals tried to extricate the guns by hand, but the Louisianans fired at the men who attempted to do so. Only one gun was able to be withdrawn before the Louisiana Brigade resumed its attack. This was done by a team of only 2 horses, a member of the 7th Ohio, and another Union soldier who had been previously shot through the mouth. Writing after the battle, H. Rhodes, that soldier of the 7th Ohio, described the experience. Quote, "I had hold of the right wheel and lifted till I could see stars. My comrade at the left wheel, each time he lifted, the blood would issue from his cheeks like soap bubbles." The 58th and 44th Virginia now joined in the fight for the Coaling. The 2nd and 4th Virginia also advanced to support, and Tolliver's brigade was approaching the battlefield. The Louisiana Brigade and the supporting Confederate units resumed the assault on the Coaling. It was now 10 a.m. Under this pressure, the Union position finally shattered. All but one of Huntington's guns was lost. That one gun fired double canister at the approaching Louisianans, which halted their charge long enough to pull out. The captured Union guns, however, were soon turned about and began firing at the fleeing troops. some of the 7th Indiana escaped by swimming across the South Fork and made it to Fremont's army. Other Federal soldiers escaped into the hills, scrambling through underbrush to elude capture. A soldier of the 29th Ohio described the route. As we fell back, the rebels poured canister into our ranks, strewing the field and road with dead, dying, and wounded. I was wounded in my left hand and shoulder while falling back over the open ground, and my comrades were shot down like blackbirds, some of them being shot after having surrendered. The exhausted Confederates pursued them for about 4 or 5 miles, before turning around and leaving Munford's cavalry to continue. Munford had little luck in destroying his quarry, however. Union troops kept him in check, including the remnants of the 29th Ohio, who formed an infantry square at one point. Back at the Coaling, the carnage was severe. After the war, General Taylor said, "I have never seen so many dead and wounded in the same limited space." The Confederates finished crossing into Port Republic and burned the bridge behind them as ordered, leaving Fremont with nothing to do but witness the aftermath of the morning's battle from the north bank. Fremont began opening artillery fire on rebel wagons on the far side of the river, but the shots also fell among the wounded and ambulances. Jackson ordered his army to move through trails in the foothills until they reached Mount Vernon Furnace at the entrance to Brown's Gap, where they encamped on slopes and endured an evening rain shower. The battle had cost the rebels 92 killed, 690 wounded, and 36 missing, for a total of 818 casualties. The Union had lost 67 killed, 393 wounded, and 558 missing, mostly captured prisoners, for a total of 1,018 casualties. Given the disproportion in numbers of Jackson's army compared to Carroll and Tyler, this was a very hard victory for Jackson. Even his supporters critiqued him for sending in attacks piecemeal, rather than concentrating his troops first. Additionally, the battle didn't gain Jackson or the Confederacy much in exchange for the losses. Lincoln had already decided to pull McDowell and Shields out of the valley to reinforce McClellan and halt Fremont at Harrisonburg. What was left of Carroll and Tyler's brigade met the rest of Shields' division on the retreat to Conrad's store. Many enlisted men angrily blamed Carroll for not burning the bridge the day before, believing that he had disobeyed an order to do so from Shields. Officers in the division, however, focused their displeasure on the absent general. Shields would never fight another battle in the war again and would eventually resign from the army the next year. The next day, Fremont began his withdrawal back to Harrisonburg. When he arrived in the afternoon, he learned of Lincoln's order to halt there. It was also here that he met with Brigadier General Carl Schurz, who Lincoln had sent to observe and report on the status of Fremont's army. Seeing the dejected march back to Harrisonburg, and Fremont explained that Jackson must have been reinforced and that he would need to continue retreating down the valley, Schurz wrote Washington a long report on the matter. Among the enlisted ranks, Blenker's Germans resumed their looting of private property. This same day, Alexander Lawton's Georgia Brigade began arriving in Port Republic. These troops had been rerouted to the valley on their way to Richmond. On the 11th, Shields continued his lies and ridiculous bombast. Having been ordered to withdraw to Luray, he stated that he had to remain at Columbia Bridge because a third of his troops were without shoes, and at the same time claimed that he had prepared a joint attack on Jackson with Fremont for the day before, but the orders from Washington had forced him to cancel them. Munford's cavalry harassed Fremont as his army retreated to Newmarket that night. Fremont believed that Jackson had recrossed the river with a massively reinforced army and was on the attack. Back in Richmond, Lee ordered John Bell Hood and Evander Law's brigades to move to the valley under the overall command of Brigadier General William H.C. Whiting. Lee wanted Jackson to strike the Union forces if possible, but to also be prepared to fall back on Richmond. All these reinforcements would swell Jackson's army to 18,000 men. By the next day, Fremont was at Mount Jackson. Jackson re-entered the valley but did not attack. Rather, he encamped his men at Weir's Cave and rested them while planning an audacious offensive. Writing Congressman Boteler, he urged him to convince Richmond to reinforce him to 40,000 troops. With that number, he would cross the Blue Ridge Mountains, march north, then re-enter the valley, get behind Banks at Winchester, destroy him, cross the Potomac at Williamsport, and begin his invasion of the North. By the 14th, Fremont had fallen all the way back to Middletown, where he joined with the forces of Banks and Major General Francis Sigel, who had replaced Saxton. In spite of these reinforcements, there was no plan to resume an offensive up the valley again. On June 16th, Lee politely ordered Jackson to come to Richmond. The next day, Jackson ordered Whiting's 2 brigades to leave Stanton and move to Gordonsville. As was the case with major movements prior, Jackson told his subordinate commanders very little of his plans. This irritated Whiting greatly, having just arrived in the valley only to prepare to leave it again. He scoffed that Jackson, quote, hasn't more sense than my horse, and that this back and forth proved that the man was a fool. Very early in the morning on the 18th, Jackson's army began marching to Waynesboro to leave the valley through the Rockfish Gap. With that, the Valley Campaign of 1862 was over. The last 2 victories, Cross Keys and Port Republic, catapulted Jackson to national fame. The Confederacy, which looked to be in an extremely dire condition at the time, having lost a major battle at Shiloh just a few months prior, and with McClellan's enormous army within sight of the capital, reveled in this source of good news. Newspapers that had mocked and scoffed at Jackson earlier in the year now proclaimed him the Gamecock of the Valley. In months of campaigning, Jackson had inflicted about 4,000 Union casualties at the cost of 2,750 of his own. He had diverted tens of thousands of Federals bound for Richmond just when McClellan could have used them most. He also exposed the severe inadequacies in Union leadership and logistics. At the same time, Jackson ran his men ragged, losing thousands to straggling on his arduous marches. He often threw regiments into battle piecemeal and without brigade commanders knowing the overall strategy. 4,000 of his men fell out of the ranks in his campaigning, some to desert, but others simply withering from exhaustion. A letter by Colonel Fulkerson is especially illuminating of the feelings of the men and officers under Jackson. Our general will certainly not give us much time while there is an enemy to meet. He is a singular man and has some most striking military traits of character, and some that are not so good. A more fearless man never lived, and he is remarkable for his industry and energy. He is strictly temperate in his habits and sleeps very little. Often, while near the enemy, and while everybody except the guards are asleep, he is on his horse and gone, nobody knows where. I often fear that he will be killed or taken. Our men curse him for the hard marching he makes them do. But still, the privates of the whole army have the most unbounded confidence in him. They say he can take them into harder places and get them out better than any other living man. and that he cannot be caught asleep or taken when awake. I just want to thank everyone for sticking with this long process. I know it's years late, but it's finally finished. I hope to continue doing this, and I also want to plug Peter Cozen's book, Shenandoah 1862, Stonewall Jackson's Valley Campaign, from the University of North Carolina Press. It's an excellent book. It's a pretty easy read. It's very detailed, and I encourage you to buy it if you want to learn more about the Valley Campaign. This animation project only touched on the most basic details in the book, and there's a lot more in the text to discover. Thanks again.